said, the platform is yours. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barbara Sangweni. I am a mother, I am a wife, and I am a twin. I am a leader. My values in life is that I value leadership. I value ethical leadership and effectiveness in leadership. My qualifications or my education, I have a national diploma in library and information studies. Right now, I am busy with my master's degree with Regenesis. It's a master's of business administration, and of which next year I will be doing my dissertation. And I have also a postgraduate certificate in broadcasting policy and public trends. And I went further to enhance my studies by doing a master's in business administration certificate in business ethics and corporate governance. Like I said, that I value leadership so much. So I had to make sure that I sharpen my skill of leadership. I have a certificate as well in management committee and a board of directors or board of trustees. It's a training that I went through with Siakula Trust. It was also in a form of enhancing my leadership skills as well. And then I have a certificate in women in local government. Currently, I am sitting in many structures, in several structures as a non-executive member of the board, especially in non-profit organizations. I am also a leader in the community. My focus is especially on women, on youth, especially girls and people with disabilities. I make sure that when it comes to the youth, I mentor them. I make sure that they get empowered. I look holistically at their empowerment mentally, emotionally, and spiritually to ensure that at the end of the day, they become independent decision makers and they become independent leaders. So, and the other thing that shows that I'm passionate about youth is that in 2014, I became the first youth to start a public speaking organization that was sponsored by an international organization in the USA, which is Toastmasters International. It is a public speaking organization, and that organization, it is still operating even today. The other passion that I have as well is with the ex-offenders. In 2010, 2011, I started and I became the CEO and the founder of the organization called Ex-Convicts International, because I was worried about the rate of recidivism in South Africa. So I had to step in to ensure that the rate of recidivism is kept in South Africa. And one of the things that I did was to ensure that they get learnerships, and some of them were appointed. As we speak today, some of them are managers where they were appointed. I engaged with Fuel Retailers Association to ensure that those ex-offenders, they get jobs and they are accepted in their communities to correct their mistakes. And under my leadership, I can assure you that none of them revert back to their wicked ways. So I am a former employee of the SABC. The position that I held at that time, I was under the Department of Policy and Regulatory Affairs, whereby we were doing monitoring and evaluation of the 19 stations of SABC and the television. In other words, in the position that I was holding, we were like a liaison between the ICASA and the SABC to ensure that the SABC comply with the mandate of ICASA, and they comply also with the mandate of the SABC, which is to inform, to educate, and as well to entertain the public. In that position, we were engaging with scheduling managers to ensure that the programming that they will broadcast on air, it is fair, it is non-offensive, and it educates as well. The programs, we're looking at the programming that were broadcasted on television, that in terms of religious programming, education, news, current affairs, drama, to ensure that they meet the quota of ICASA. So briefly, that's who I am. And I believe that I can be a good addition to the board because I bring a 7-year experience of the broadcasting industry. I understand fully the regulations that govern the SABC as a broadcaster, and because I've been in the game for 7 years, I understand as well that the environment that the SABC is operating in. So in terms of the regulations that govern the SABC, I understand fully the SABC charter. I understand the BCCSA and how to interpret them, and I also understand the Broadcasting Act, that they play a very important role in governing the SABC to moving forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Winnie. May I now invite the members in the following order. We will have Honorable Faku, followed by Honorable Mbele, followed by Honorable Machozi, and then Honorable Kubeka, we take her as a mother, would come at the end. I do not ask necessarily questions, but I just lift up points that I think may have been raised, but may want to just get the emphasis for purposes of the notes that we take.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Faku, I now recognize you. You can then proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Sarah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking your time to come to the interviews. It's an honor and a privilege for us as the committee to have women who have done a lot for our country. I can see the work that you have done in the community. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am. Yes, clearly.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. We can see the work that you have done, your experience from the SABC. At the SABC, you were responsible for policy and regulatory affairs. So
Yes, yes,
my questions will be basically based on that, but also thank you for the work that you've done for ex-offenders. I see that you have done a lot of community work as well. So we appreciate that, and we're happy to see that women are rising, they are taking their space, and we are here in this committee as women to make sure that the gender issues are addressed as well. So we are very grateful for the opportunity that you came. I think you have given us a brief summary of yourself, and your CV speaks for itself. And we are seeing that you are still studying, which is good. It's also encouraging us as members of the committee and parliament to always make sure that we improve ourselves as well. So my question basically will be more on the work that we have done at the SABC in terms of policy and the regulatory work that you have done that is stated on your CV. So my first question is, what do you consider as major legislative and regulatory gaps within the broadcasting space? And the second question will be, can you give us a comparative analysis of both the audiovisual white paper and the proposed draft SABC amendment bill of 2020? If you can just answer those two for me, I think I'll be very happy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am, for the questions. The legislation that I consider to be the most important when coming to the broadcasting, I believe, is the Broadcasting Act, because the Broadcasting Act, it speaks a lot to the overall industry of broadcasting, and also including the SABC particularly, because it brings again even the conflict of interest when it comes to the shareholders, the relationship between the shareholders and the board as in particular, because at the end of the day, for the industry, for SABC to continue moving forward, one needs to understand his or her position, especially when you are in a board of directors. You need to understand your position. You need to be able to separate the roles and understand what you are standing for. And as well, you need to understand the shareholders' responsibility when it comes to broadcasting. So I believe that the Broadcasting Act, it plays a major role. The other thing is the CCSA, which also plays a major role as well, because the complaints that are being brought by the audience, it's not only because they want to complain, but it's because they want to make sure that the SABC becomes the broadcaster of choice. So it plays a very important role as well to share what the audience think of the SABC. I believe that the audience and the staff, they become the first citizen of, or the very important stakeholders of the SABC, because these are the people that help us to move forward as the SABC, and they bring sustainability in the SABC. And then one of the legislation as well, it's the charter that governs the SABC, because the SABC, it has to make sure that everyone has got access to all the programming services of the SABC. Thank you so much. And then when it comes to the comparison between the amendment and the white paper, I believe that when you compare all of them, you'll find that commonly they have a way of bringing direction to how the SABC must operate in the environment that it is within. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Bella. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to you, Ms. Sangweni. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for availing yourself for this engagement as part of the selection process. Mine are two very simple questions, and I think you've already spoken to a certain aspect or dimension of them. So the first one is to ask you what's from your perspective of what I would call strategic gap identification, would you say is a key shortfall in the SABC currently that you might have observed or analyzed as part of your preparation, and answering especially from a governance outlook, looking through a high-level strategic lens that the board should be focused on. And then secondly, linked to that first question, given the background that you bring to bear as reflected in your CV, what is the unique value add that you believe you have to contribute to the SABC board in terms of skills, experience, networks, etc.? That is something that you specifically would have to contribute, especially if it speaks to addressing the gap that you think might currently exist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir, for the question. The strategic gap that I have identified to be the shortfall is that when SABC, I was looking at the loss of jobs that has happened at the SABC, of which more than 600 people had to lose their job. It was very unfortunate, and it was very painful that many families right now, as we speak, they do not have a member of a family perhaps that is working. So what I have realized is that the SABC, as it continues fulfilling the mandate of informing, of educating, and of entertaining the public, they also need to look at doing the same within their employees or the staff. The staff cannot be neglected while the SABC is looking on the outside to fulfill the mandate, because like I have alluded before, that the staff, they become the first citizen of the SABC. So what I have realized is that when doing that, it will be very much strategic when they start within the SABC to nurture their own, so that at the end of the day, the skills that we find in the SABC, they remain relevant to the job spectrum of today, so that when the SABC faces challenges, then we know that or when the SABC face challenges, or they have to fill certain jobs, then we know that they will have to pick within the SABC than to go outside and outsource. So as a member of the board, I think that's where the gap needs to be addressed, that the people need to be engaged on that level, so that the SABC moving forward, it has engaged the staff. Secondly, the unique value that I would add to the SABC, like I said, is the experience that I have, the leadership on the level of ethics and effectiveness. I value ethical leadership, and I value effectiveness. So I will bring experience, I will bring an understanding of the laws and the regulations that govern the broadcasting industry and the SABC. And I believe that as a woman as well, I will be able to fill the gap that talks to the Employment Equity Act of the SABC to balance the scorecard. So I think I will be a very great addition when it comes to balancing the scorecard and in bringing my leadership skills, because if you can look at my journey, you will see that almost my entire life I've been a leader. I've been an effective leader. When you look at my record at the SABC, you will find that there is no time where you can find that I have demonstrated misconduct in my employment environment. I've been very strategic in doing my work. Secondly, I have been demonstrating good conduct as well. So I will bring my leadership skills, which includes effectiveness and ethics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. May I now invite Honorable Machozi. Honorable Machozi, you are now recognized. Can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Ms. Sangweni.
Good evening, ma'am.
My question would be based on the financial sustainability of the SABC, with in consideration that the SABC is an SOE, and only receiving 3% of its funding from government as an SOE. If you are appointed to the board, what can you propose to the SABC on how to increase its market share in all platforms, including the OTTs? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Right now, before I can proceed, I would like to commend the SABC with the turnaround strategy that they have presented and put forward to making sure that the SABC becomes sustainable financially. And I want to comment as well with the appointment of Mr. Regine Mumalo, because as you can look right now at where the SABC is in 5 years, it is the first time in 5 years that the SABC has sold out on their prime time advertising, which is a very great achievement. So when I come to the board as a new member, I would actually submit under the resolutions, because I know there are resolutions and the recommendations that were made by the board to make the SABC to be sustainable. So I will submit to those resolutions in making sure that the SABC becomes sustainable financially and it also become viable. One of the things is that I will make sure that those resolutions, they become implemented, because one of the things that can destroy the organization or that can make the organization not to move forward or to be sustainable in future is because of implementation of the resolutions that were made. Being ignorant of them won't help the organization. So the rise and fall of the organization, actually, it lies on leadership. And that is ethical. So what I will do based on what the SABC has already achieved is to ensure that I maintain my integrity, number one, and then number two, I become part of the rebuilding of the SABC to make sure that the SABC becomes sustainable. I may not be an expert in finances, but I do have financial literacy that can contribute to making sure that the SABC becomes sustainable in future, working together with the current board that is already doing so well in making sure that the SABC becomes sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sangweni. I now recognize the Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka, it's your turn to engage.
Thanks very much, Chair. Evening, Ms. Sangweni.
Good evening, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Yourself?
Thanks for that. You are so well. I can see that you are well. Ms. Sangweni, since really you were being once a part of SABC, and you know there is this digital migration issue, can you just tell me that this matter of digital migration has been spoken about over the years? What do you believe in SABC role in that process on the issue of digital migration? And the second one is that, Ms. Sangweni, from what you know about SABC and its operating environment and its challenges, what would be for you a strategic imperative if you had to get that position there, Ms. Sangweni?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. I believe that, yes, it is true that the digital migration has been spoken over and over. I was there when digital migration has been spoken when from its inception. Let me say that, because it was been incepted from our department to such an extent that I still have the box set-top box with me that I'm waiting for it to work. I don't know when. So it has been long time. So I think the role of the SABC when it comes to digital migration, it will bring the broadcasting environment into relevancy. SABC being analog, it has played a very important role in being an analog television and radio broadcasting. But right now, we need to move with the times. So it will be relevant for the SABC to step in as well, to go to digital, because this now, it is time for technology, and we cannot afford to miss the opportunity of being part of what is happening right now. We cannot turn a blind eye of what is happening right now. So the role of the SABC will mean that even the audience, as well, as we can see, everybody right now is on technology. I mean, youth is on technology as well. So I think it will be relevant for the SABC to step in as well, to meet the needs of the audience and to meet the needs of the public. So we don't want a situation whereby we find that the public or the audience are the ones that are being the forerunners of technology, whereas the SABC is left behind, because that will mean we will lose the audience share in our broadcasting services. The second question, based on the challenges that I've seen happening in the SABC, I think the strategy that would be relevant is that the SABC needs to work together with the staff. You know, it is good that the board is the one that is controlling the affairs of the organization, but it must not do it in isolation. The staff is very important when it comes to the decision making in moving the organization forward. So the first thing that needs to be done is to make sure that when decisions are to be made, let the staff get engaged, because at the end of the day, when the organization is going through tough time, the very same staff are the ones that can bring independent decisions to the table, to making sure that the SABC move forward. If they are being neglected, then it is very hard for them to even sell the vision of the SABC and the mission that the SABC stands for in the public. So we want a situation whereby we will find even the staff members of the SABC are the ones running with the vision and the mission of the SABC, even where they stay, because they are the ones as well who will encourage even their neighbors to pay TV licenses. The fact that the SABC is busy educating and informing the audience and the public about the paying of the TV licenses, encouraging them to pay their TV licenses on TV, on radio, or radio is not enough. We need people on the ground that will also encourage the public. And I believe the staff of the SABC, if they are being engaged on that level as well, are the ones who will make sure that the SABC become the broadcaster of choice in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sangweni. Maybe just to come back to this point that you are raising, and it's linked to the turnaround strategy. Yes. And I take it that you've had an opportunity of looking at all the pillars, understanding that the vacancy we are dealing with is for the remaining period yes. Before the actual board expires. What's your assessment then of the turnaround strategy and looking in the remaining period, how some of the points that you have raised can then be looked at from that turnaround strategy. So in the 5 minutes, if you can just help us to understand as the committee.
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. Yes, the turnaround strategy that has been brought forward by the board of the SABC, I believe it's one of its own kind. Coming to look at where the SABC is right now. Like I said, I want to commend the board of directors of the current board and Mr. Sembinkosi, because when we look at where the SABC was and where the SABC is right now, it has achieved a lot. They came at the time when the SABC was facing economic downturn, where COVID was one of the challenges that are significantly challenging the SABC, you know, and when even the investment in content was greatly challenged, when people were picketing because of retrenchment and all the stuff. And I believe that it was not easy for them to come with that turnaround strategy. So I believe this the strategy that they have come up with, it's one of the kind that will make the SABC to be sustainable in future. Look, we look at the supply chain management that was affected greatly. When we look where the SABC comes from, we look at the fruitlessness and the wasteful expenditure of the SABC and the maladministration of the SABC. So this turnaround strategy that has been brought forward, that has been tabled for the SABC, will definitely make the SABC to be sustainable in future, and will also it is also addressing the challenges that the SABC is facing at this moment. So mine is to submit under the very same strategy as well, the turnaround strategy, to making sure that the implementation of this strategy is being looked at, because it's useless, if I may say, to sit and bring a good strategy, but if that strategy is not being implemented, then it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem. We'll always find ourselves in stagnation, not moving forward and making the organization to be sustainable financially and otherwise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sangweni. We've now reached a point that you've been answering questions from members as a way of engagement. We would now give you an opportunity in 2 minutes before part ways in terms of the session. 2 minutes, whatever point you want to raise with the committee, and thereafter I will do the concluding remarks. Over to you for the 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Per se, I don't have any question at this moment, but what I would like to say is that I am so impressed with the way the board has been united at this moment. Like I said, I want to commend the current board for doing the job that they are doing, and I want to become part of the winning team. I believe right now the SABC is facing a puzzle that is not complete, because there is a portfolio that is missing there, and I believe so much that missing puzzle, it's me. When I come in, I will complete the pieces of a puzzle that needed to be completed. So I believe I can be a very good addition based on the experience that I have of broadcasting industry and of the environment that I believe the broadcaster is operating in. And I will bring the skills and I will bring my knowledge as well to make sure that the SABC moves forward and it becomes sustainable in the next future. And one of the things is that the SABC is not only, as I look at it, is not only doing the broadcasting and fulfilling the mandate of informing, of educating, and of entertaining, but it is building a legacy for our future generation. And we need a broadcaster like this in our country today. And for this broadcaster to move forward, it needs a new breed of leadership, which we have at this moment, a leadership that has got stability and that has got emotional intelligence, that is operating and that is united. So I thank you so much. And I believe that working together with the current board will be a great addition and will make the SABC to be the broadcaster of choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sangweni. Honorable members, we now move towards conclusion. And I just want to reiterate the point I raised earlier on, that we have really taken this as a conversation that we have had with you, not strictly from a point of an interview. And surely in the engagement, there are lessons that you would take home, think about, as you get to be active even in the other spaces that you are active in now. And I take it that also the honorable members would have drawn lessons from your engagement, which we also take beyond the interview, but help the committee as it discharges its work, that it can draw from such lessons. We really thank you for making time, having accepted your nomination to the board and shortlisted by the committee. On a formal basis, let me indicate this point, that as the preparations for the interviews, you have been interacting with the committee support staff. And in this case, for whatever clarities you would want, Mr. Ngoma would be available to give such clarities from an administrative point of view.
Thank you, sir.
And from where we are as the committee, we have now come to the conclusion of the discussion. And once again, thank you as we allow you to leave the platform. As I said, we have learned from you. We'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Ngoma, I take it that we'll then move to the other subcommittee work, which deals with a different appointment process. I take it that for the 4 that we needed to look at were done, pending the one that's left for Tuesday, given the withdrawal of the 6th candidate.
Yes, you are correct, Chairperson. That was our last candidate for the SABC board. And as you had indicated, we'll be moving to our next subcommittee, which will be the subcommittee on MDDA. So, Chair, I'm not sure whether you to attend this one or we can just proceed. I'll be guided by you, but we're done with today. The one candidate that is remaining, as I earlier indicated, we would interview the candidate on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. The only member of the subcommittee that is not in attendance is Mr. Pambo, whom you'd remember earlier indicated that he was experiencing challenges. Mr. Kumbu has just joined in on the platform, so the members of the MDDA and the candidates are ready. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I take it that we should be ready to start unless you want us to start at 18:40, just a 5 minutes break to allow administering people that may be interested in coming in on the MDDA aspect. Do you want to start at 18:40? Maybe you want to grab a cup of tea?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't give us 10 minutes, Chair.
Oh, you want 10? That will be 18:45.
Thank you for your kindness, Chair.
All right. No, I want the energies. It's gonna be a long night. So if you want to recharge, I think that helps.
You are muted, Stella. Yeah. Oh.
Are we here, honorable members? Honorable members, are you back?
We're here, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Kumbu, that's helpful to hear that you are also back. We are in a different subcommittee. I just want to check if other members are back and that we can then proceed. Honorable members, it's now 18:47. Can I just check if you are back? Because I would want us to proceed.
And we can hear you. And we can hear you, Chair. So you are, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. May I just check if the candidates you've been able to sort out the matters?
Chair, I am here. It's Nalini Maharaj.
Okay. So we can then proceed. Thank you, honorable members. We can now proceed with our session. We already have a candidate with us here. I know we have seen you before in another subcommittee, but we still have to do the formalities because the membership has also changed.
Noted,
you are
Chair.
welcome, Maharaj. This is the subcommittee that has been put together by the Committee on Communications as provided for in the National Assembly rules. And our focus in this subcommittee is to look at filling of the vacancies, 2 vacancies that have occurred at the MDDA board. And hence you have called you to come before this committee. Once again, would ask you to take this as an engagement process, that we're having a conversation where you can learn and that we can learn from you as the candidate. So relax and that we engage. Of course, just to dispense with the rules of engagement, that would afford you an opportunity in 5 minutes to be able to introduce yourself, again, look at your experience and academic background, but also how that could then be the reason why you should be considered to get into the board of the MDDA. After that 5 minutes, we'll then be allowing members of the committee to engage with you. That will also be 5 minutes per member. And that 5 minutes will include the questions as well as your responses to the questions asked by a member. From my side, I would not really be asking questions except on points that I may need to just lift up for purposes of clarification in my notes. And therefore, I would start by introducing the members. Thereafter, give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and then just take us through briefly on experiences, understanding that the members have had an opportunity of looking at your detailed CV. In the asking of questions, that will also be taken into account over and above the brief that you'll be giving to the members. I'll be asking that as I introduce the members, that they are able to switch on their video cameras so that you can be able to attach the face, even in a situation where members may then, in the course of the interview, have connectivity problems, but you can relate to the members in that score. I will start with Honorable Kubeka from the ANC. Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so Honorable Kubeka has introduced. I hope you are able to see her from your side. That's from the ANC. And then we have Honorable Faku. Honorable Faku. And then we have, that's also from the ANC. We then have Honorable Kumbu from the ANC. Honorable Kumbu.
I'm here, Chair. I'm here, Chair.
That's Honorable Kumbu. We also have Honorable Mbele from the DA. Honorable Mbele. I'm sure you can then see Honorable Mbele. We also have the Honorable Machozi from the IFP. Honorable Machozi, I'm sure you've seen her. And myself from the ANC, who's also the chair of the subcommittee. That is briefly the introduction. As I said, I now give you an opportunity for 5 minutes to do that introduction. Over to you, Ms. Maharaj. Please feel welcome.
Firstly, I must thank you for the opportunity for shortlisting me. I hope you can see me. I have moved from the previous place that I was. So, Chair, just to tell you a little bit about myself, I am 22 years admitted. I have been appearing in the High Courts since my admission in February 2000. I am a human rights activist by nature and a lawyer. I also, in terms of the new LPC rules, is considered senior counsel in view of my experience. I have been very much so involved in mediation. I'm an accredited mediator by the Department of Justice. And I also work very closely with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development under community property associations, working very closely with women, projects, youth, and land reform issues. From my CV, you will see I've served on a number of boards, for the past at least 18 years. I have been in the training industry, so SASITA, served there for my full 2 terms. I served also at the Market Theatre Foundation in terms of youth, culture, and so on. I also served at the Music Hub, and dealt with the artists in terms of their struggling ability to get work. I have served on the Road Traffic Management Corporation. I am a very, very strong personality person. I believe very much so in my integrity and ethics. It is for that reason that I have survived the profession this long. I am a person who stands up for what I believe in. And if it is my mandate to insist on empowering the poor, that is exactly what I intend to do. I have always been that way. I have served bona fide on a number of mental health boards as well. It is one of my passions. I don't think I mentioned this before. I also serve on a structure called the South Rand Hospital as the chair, and I won the Kanisa Award for the best run board in 2019. Ever since, as you know, we haven't really had full engagements due to COVID. However, we do have Teams meetings. And I get all the entities and licensees I work very close with in my boards to fund from the CPI initiatives a lot of the things that government cannot do, and ask private sector to sponsor. So very much so involved in community building. Chair, I've got a number of degrees, BProc, LLB, corporate governance, accounting for public entities. I'm a forensic expert, due diligence professional affiliated with all of those bodies, an EXCO member of NADAL. I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maharaj. I will now, without a waste of time, go to the members. I think the only thing I would have left, just for record, we only have one member who's not on the platform. That's Honorable Pambo from the EFF. But all other members are here, giving us the reason to proceed because we're properly constituted. I will then take honorable members in the order that I'm going to call them. We'll take Honorable Faku, followed by Honorable Mbele. We then take Honorable Kumbu, followed by Honorable Machozi. Then we'll have Honorable Kubeka. As I said, I don't ask questions as such, but I will come at the end. In that order, honorable members, this is the time to engage with the candidate. Honorable Faku, I now recognize you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Ms. Maharaj. I don't know if I pronounce your surname well. It's nice to see you again. You are looking more brighter than us. We've been sitting here the whole day. Nice to see you. First, let me again thank you for your opening remarks. I think every time you speak, I see someone who is well driven, because when you appoint people in this board, you need people. If you know the past boards, what has been happening, I think in your previous remarks when we interviewed you, we need people that has a strong will, people who can stand for what they believe in. That is what we need. So, with your legal background also, it is assisting the committee in making sure that as we are moving forward, we look for different skills. You know, MDDA is an entity of government that has currently been doing very well in the past financial years. They've been trying very hard to do very well. So my first question will be to you. Do you think that should community broadcasting sector be competing with the commercial and public broadcasters? You think that is that viable? Because I think people don't want to step into that space. Do you think it's viable for them to compete in that space? And what is your understanding of the role of the media and media diversity? And how do you propose to support the objective of media diversity in a digital era? As you know now that we are currently in a digital era, how do you think we should go moving forward? Those will be my 2 or 3 questions directly to you. Thank you very much. All the best. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. It's always a pleasure to liaise with you, as I did earlier. And again, a pleasure to be shortlisted for this board. So for me, I do think, if I look at the Act and I look at one of the, I think it's Section C that deals with encouraging channeling of resources to the community. and small commercial media sectors. So the ideal is the small commercial media sectors. And yes, I do think that, they should be in that space. Why do I say that? Media is very powerful and very much so underestimated. And it is the majority of the advantage that can help the disadvantaged. And for me, from a commercial perspective, I think it's time that we empower and uplift the rural women, youth, and children. Often in my profession, I have seen, and it's very sad, but truth, that often youngsters who get impregnated early in age leave the kids in the rural areas, the youth, and then come to the cities for a better life. And I'm saying, why not make the rural areas a better life? That's what we are here for. That's why we pay so much of tax. So for me, I want to see the rural areas become very much so in the commercial space. That's my personal opinion. It is part of the Act, nevertheless. And so to answer you, I think it is viable, it's doable. And as indicated previously, I think from the community work that one does and the CSI initiatives that we can force on licensees all around, in these sectors. I didn't mention the MDD in the SABC interview because I knew I was going to come to this interview and I didn't want to, cross the terrain. But I mean, look at the MOUs that we can establish. And I even spoke earlier about the Films and Video Foundation, the local content. I know the rule, the 90-10 and 80-20 rule has been relaxed, but, we are forcing it to an extent where we're making sure that local is lekker, if I can use that colloquial expression. To answer you, the second question, Madam, you asked about media diversity. It's so sad that media can actually make you or break you. We've seen that. People don't verify sometimes. And, when I looked at some of the complaints that the SABC had received, even some relating to various facets, films, publications, all the media-related entities, you will see that a lot of it, you got fines and penalties and confirmed wrongdoing because we didn't verify. And hence I'm saying the media plays such a vital role. You also said the digital era. Why the digital era? Well, we have to go with the industrial fourth and now almost fifth revolution. The problem is, where are the towers being placed? Where are these telecoms, the Vodacoms and the MTNs of the world? Why are they not assisting in rural areas? They just want to come, put their equipment and don't really give back to communities as much as they should. And I think now it's time we force that hand. We force that hand to make sure that in other countries in the world, I've visited many countries in this world at my own expense and cost. It's one of my passions and hobbies. And I can tell you, there is a difference between those people that live in the country and how much they pay and how much they earn versus tourists and the upper earning income people. So for me, I think that now with the digitalization of things and coverage, we need to ensure that the rural areas are in fact sponsored. The same will apply for the licenses, in those areas. We can't expect the poor to be prejudiced further. So for me, I have a good idea on the approach and to say this is how we should do it. And for all the people in those areas, you can even go to PEP and get those cheap phones. And if I look at the budget, we can clearly afford it in high numbers. So for me, we need to get with the times, unfortunately. If we want development, we want the youth empowerment, we want people to grow, we want the world to see our talent, then unfortunately we have to go there. Question is affordability, and I've explained my model on how I think that can work. I hope I've answered your questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. And thank you, Ms. Maharaj. I now recognize the Honorable Mbele. Honorable Mbele.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening, Ms. Maharaj, once again. Look, I think a theme that's going to come through quite strongly with this round of interviews for the MDDA board is going to be around the future and the sustainability of the MDDA, because we all recognize the substantive value and importance that it plays in promoting and deepening community media and a community broadcast media, but also very aware of the challenges around resource constraints and the inability to match the value that they add, the social value they add, but the ability to leverage that for attracting revenue, sponsorships, and thus building that base of sustainability. So my question very simply is to ask you, Ms. Maharaj, just to expand on what are the opportunities and the avenues for innovation that you possibly foresee and could drive and champion within the MDDA space in order for it to really maximize on its mandates. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I like this question. So firstly, let me tell you, I have been heavily involved. I'm known as a monster out there, especially with the wrongdoers. So I'm going to start with the community property associations, and I'm going to say the Bakhatla Bakhafela, the Bakoni Bapetlas, the Rama CPAs, and I can go on. There's about 1,001 recognized CPAs in the Parliament brochures, if you look at it, across the entire South Africa. Now, if we use those CPAs and we channel this MDDA through these CPAs, the bulk of them are all in rural areas. It is part of restitution as well, but let's leave restitution out. Let's leave litigation out. Let's just deal with the community property associations. Every one of those, if I take the Bakoni Bapetla, for example, they have 1,500 members, of which I'd say youth is at least 800. If I look at what the youth wants to achieve and we want to build this in the rural areas, communities and so on, then let's channel it through the CPAs. Let's have MOUs with the Department of Land Reform Minister. She's very amenable to these kind of things. And we have, it's a public list of all the people that exist there. And if we just if we sign MOUs and meet and have these stakeholder development meetings, I can tell you now the amount of coverage you would get and support for this. The problem is, and I must be totally honest with you, I'd call myself advantaged, but it's only when you get shortlisted for these posts and when you see some wrongdoings in medias or positive things that happen, do you actually now look and say, what is this? What does it do? Why did government form it? And so I do think that although we've had good marketing, and I really, really like the fact that we've had the clean audit and all these training sessions that happen in the last few days, in terms of the impact of legislation on the entity. For me, I was so excited to see it on Facebook. So you can see that all these mediums of places that you can actually now use to make sure that we get the future of MDDA secured, the sustainability of it in particular, to the buy-in from the community itself to use these platforms as well as these entities to apply for the funding, even with you, together with the funding available from the department in terms of the Section 4.2 empowerment projects and that we must do for rural development areas. So I do think using those platforms, we can make a difference for the future and sustainability of the entity. I did indicate that there's a lot of international interest, but, we obviously have to look at it with speculation and see value for money and what it is they want and why versus what they give. There's a number of other international and the SADC stakeholders that we could approach as well for this. I hope I've covered you a little bit, Honorable Faku. Honorable Mbele.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. I will now recognize Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to Ms. Maharaj.
Good evening, sir.
Ms. Maharaj, if you are lucky and be appointed as a board member of MDDA, what are the
Yes.
new skills that you will bring to the MDDA? That will be the first question. The second one, having gone through your CV and listening to your presentation, it is clear that you have a vast experience and good qualifications. But can you indicate as to how will both your experience and qualifications will contribute to the MDDA? Those two questions.
Okay. So let me start with my qualifications. So let's forget that I'm a lawyer. Let's forget that I'm high level in terms of the corporate governance laws and legislation. Let's say you forget that I'm a PMFA expert, and let's forget that I am a forensic expert. Let's just go with what we think the MDDA needs. I mean, when I look at its objectives and I look at compliance and I look at all of the things that it's doing, you'll see that I used to head up compliance, right? I used to do licensing. I used to chair all the appeals, so on and so on. But more importantly, funding, all right? And investment. So what can I bring to this board that I think it needs? It needs investment streamlines. It needs a whole lot of, you're doing very good with marketing. I can tell you that. I've been looking into it and you've done very good with audit. But compliance with laws and legislation, I think we need to just get going a little bit there. We also have to look at the whole commercial viability, and the whole advocacy of it and how the lobbying needs to be done with the stakeholders. And I think that's where you're grappling a little bit. So how do we get the investment, right, into the entity, and how do we turn around our stakeholders to say, invest in this, this is our future, this is where we're going, how are we going to create the employment for our youth, children and women, and of course men. I mean, I'm not leaving men out. I mean, without the men, how will we get any of the above? But the point is, for me, I think that my drive for fundraising, my drive for stakeholder engagements, my drive to be the face that can go out there and say, invest in this because this is why. We have a good board. We've had a clean audit. I mean, why not give to us? Look at its purpose. Look at its vision. Look at its transformation agenda, the diversified media issues, the development of the vibrant, innovative and sustainable people-centered community media things, I mean, this is where the capacity building is. This is where the change of South Africa is coming, the disadvantaged communities and how, I mean, I don't need to say we must be accountable, inclusive, there must be integrity, Ubuntu and professionalism. I think that's all, common knowledge. But for me, I think that's what the entity needs. And I think that's what I can bring if I were appointed. And obviously the stakeholder development. I hope I've answered that. I was just looking at the time, Honorable. I think it's Kumbu.
Yes, that's Honorable Kumbu.
Yes.
Thanks, Honorable Kumbu. And thanks for the responses, Ms. Maharaj. May I then go on to recognize the Honorable Machozi. Honorable Machozi, that's your opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Maharaj.
I'm not sure if it's on my side.
Mine, I
struggle
think
to
it
hear.
will be simple, focus more, mainly maybe.
Also on my side, Chair.
Okay, Honorable
Was trying to
Machozi,
hear-
try and do that.
Even now,
It's better now.
Better.
is it better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Proceed. It's better now. Can you-
Hello?
Yes, it is better
We
now.
can hear you.
All right. Okay, good evening, ma'am, Ms. Maharaj. what is the role of local language and content development within the MDDA? And in your own understanding and maybe reading through the reports during the COVID-19 pandemic, how did the agency respond to the countrywide crisis up to?
Oh, I'm not sure what is happening, but I can't hear the question at all.
Yeah, the question that relates to the part of the COVID, is it the one that you didn't hear, Ms. Maharaj?
Yes, the role of the language and then the countrywide crisis. I take it she's
yes,
talking
the crisis, yes, about COVID, and therefore what could be the role played by MDDA in that regard.
The countrywide crisis.
Yes, yes. So for me, you know, I must be honest with you. Can you hear me, Honorable Chair?
Quite clearly, we hear you.
Oh, okay, because I can't hear you. So I was just a bit worried that you maybe signals the issue. Yes, so role of language, as you know, it's critical in rural areas. I mean, for us to get through, I mean, it's not only the MDDA, it's a fault everywhere, even in the judicial system. And you know, without interpretation and making sure that our stations in rural areas communicate in a language that one understands is a big crisis for me alone. You know, it's, you know, I've won many battles in court in favor of disadvantaged groups to say, well, did they even understand what it is they've signed? Was it even interpreted in the language of their choice, and so on? So role of language for me is very, very critical. And I do think that the MDDA can play a better role in it, and getting the universities in those rural areas to actually assist and transform as well, and maybe even sponsor a lot of things for the MDDA. You know, one of the things I didn't cover earlier, which I needed to, was research. And the other thing that I think I can bring to this entity if I was appointed is my research side of things, and the fact that I write a lot on skills development and is an accredited training provider myself. So I know all the requirements for training, language, and the hindrances that one can bring. In terms of COVID-19, I think it's self-explanatory. The fact that we are not playing a vital role in terms of that crisis, and the fact that I think the rural has been the worst impacted in this crisis, you know, which resulted in so much more wrongdoing happening. It's the plight that we're not addressing, and I think it's something that MDDA must do and can do through its various community media coverage as well as stakeholder relationships. Ma'am, I hope I've covered that question. I was just trying to stick to my time limits of 5 minutes. Honorable Majosi.
Well, thank you, Ms. Maharaj, and thank you to Honorable Majosi. I will now recognize the Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair. And how are you again, Mrs. Maharaj?
I'm well, ma'am, and you?
I am okay. You'll pardon me because I think that this camera is decided just to only divorce me in these processes.
Yes.
So pardon for me when I'm not on the camera. Mrs. Maharaj, I've got just only 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one, can you demonstrate possible strategies and techniques that the MDDA can implement to increase its funding model for community media? And again, I can say the MDDA is doing well actually with a small budget that they are receiving from the government. What do you think in order to be assisted on the side of the small budget, because now they need to improve on that side, because they are having that huge task of even focusing on the side of the rurals. So you can imagine, whilst they are having that little amount of budget in order to run the whole entity, but they are using it in a proper manner actually. But what can we do more in order to improve that budget, whilst we know that the government is just giving them a small budget that can run the whole entity, Ms. Maharaj? Thanks.
Yeah, ma'am, that's a very good question. And I do think we must start with the SETAs. The SETAs have so much of unspent money in those discretionary grants where big employers sometimes even fail to even claim. And a lot of those monies get forfeited to Treasury. And I do think, yes, I know the COVID-19 has taken the bulk of monies, but I think when we look at how well this entity has done and the fact that it's achieved a clean audit, and in terms of its performance, I think it got 84%, if my memory serves me right. Which entity can we proudly say can achieve that? Is very commendable. So for me, I think we must start with Treasury. We must start with the National Skills Fund. The National Skills Fund do sponsor these kind of things. And I do think, well, besides the SMME grants and all of that, right, the National Skills Fund has a lot of surplus funds. And I think they have windows, like 2 or 3 windows of funding, which this entity can apply for. Also, the lotteries, I think, we mustn't forget about them. And I do think that when we look at our type of entity and what it is here for, and I look at its objectives, I do think it may meet some of the criteria for the lotteries funding. Then, fourthly, I do think that when we look at the small budget and how much we've achieved versus the bigger budget, I did say earlier that we need to look at the CSI initiatives. So from the functionality of all these taverns that have been making lots of money in the COVID-19 regulations and lockdowns. So I think the taverns, because if you look at the budgets for them, they've earned a fair amount of money. There has been minimal impact compared to the city ones. Then as well as the gambling regulatory authorities, I do think that we can ask them to also sponsor a lot of the budgets that we need to empower from a training perspective, SMME development perspective, youth development perspective, and so on, as well as the digital equipment that we need. So the tools of trade, if I can put it that way, for the rural areas. And I do think that a lot of these entities can, if we approach it when the windows are open and specifically appoint somebody that can work with a specific committee that would deal with only self-sustainability, investment committee and a projects committee. We literally can do this using, so as I said, the licensees, the MTNs, Vodacom, Celsius, and all of those of the world, as well as then all of these other aspects that I've just mentioned. And I do think that with that model, we can definitely uplift the MDDA from that perspective. And I know that Treasury, I work very closely with them. When they see clean audit, they're happy to sponsor a lot of things. And I do think we must not forget that when we have the adjustment budget coming, we can, based on our objectives and strategic objectives and what we've done in terms of the projects, apply for that additional funding. I hope I've answered the question for you, Honorable Kubeka.
Thanks, Honorable Kubeka, and thank you, Ms. Maharaj. Like I said, I would not really ask a new question, but just build on your responses thus far, that you've looked at different options to look at sustainability, funding options, and so on. Would you say, in summary, that the current legislation creates space for that to happen? If that's the case, why would you say so? But also that if you think it doesn't, what do you suggest should be the focus, looking at the Act itself getting into a 20-year period with a lot of changes in material conditions on the ground? In the 5 minutes that you have, if you can just help the committee to learn from that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to write down this so that I don't forget what I want to say through you, Chair. For me, right. So does this 2002 piece of legislation, does it in fact deal with what we want? So, well, the act is very broad. I think it's a little bit vague. It's not direct, and that helps us. It helps us to an extent, especially when we have to look at the indigenous language issue and the cultural groups and how we have access to that through the media and so on, and the ownership issue. And if I look at section 16 of the constitutional mandate, it deals with everybody has the right to freedom of expression and all of that, and then the right to access to the information, as well as then our rights in terms of freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, opinion, all of that. Then I look at the national development prerogative set by our government and what it is that we want to achieve. And I do think that, using those, we can achieve what we want. But if I want to amend legislation, I would to an extent when it comes to ensuring that the twinning happens. And what do I mean by twinning? So, with BEE legislation, right? The legislation says that if I get a big tender, I need to get somebody, which is a small person, a smaller individual. So if I get, like, let's say a 30 million rand tender, 30% of that tender, I must ensure that I find a rural person, a person that I can use to transfer the skill and development, and I give 30% of that to empowering that entity, right? So for me, I think we can use bits of that legislation to help us, but we can also then build into this act where we can put in amendments to force those kind of things to happen, especially when entities want to establish businesses in our areas of concern. And we can make it then mandatory for community service initiatives, development projects, bursaries, and assist with a whole lot of these things. So, I hope I've answered you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maharaj. We have now come to that point when you have to use this 2 minutes to also speak to the committee before we close. I will then, after you, do my closing remarks. Over to you.
Yeah, I think for this one, Chair, I am probably the most independent, impartial person you can get. I fear very few people. Who I do fear is God, and therefore I have a conscience which guides me. I have high ethics. I'm very good with governance and investigation. I'm a team player. I work very well with the skills development, and I don't believe in dismissing people if it's not necessary. But I do believe in skills development, in training, and I don't believe in interferences where they are not necessary, because I believe that when you do these interviews, you scrutinize the people that you have faith and confidence in, and to put them in those positions that you believe would carry out our mandates that our shareholder gives to us. And I stand by my feet and my ground, and I am not going to be easily shaken if I were to be appointed to either board. And I don't know if I'm going to sound vain to say this, but I've worked very hard in my personal career that I have achieved a fair amount of what I think I need. I'm a single parent, and my child's dad has passed away due to COVID, and he left us with very little. But what I can say is I've achieved and worked very hard on my own, and therefore don't need to do wrong things in order to empower myself. I think that's the point I want to make. So I come with clean ethics and governance. Thank you, Chair.
Well said, Ms. Maharaj. We really thank you for sharing with us. And as you would be aware, South Africans are also watching. They can also begin to make their opinion on the South Africans that are coming before us. In that, so we really appreciate the time that you've spent with the subcommittee. And I'm sure you'd have learned something from the engagements, even on this one. And,
Yes.
And that as members will also take something back that we have learned. And of course, just to conclude on the formalities, that the engagements administratively will be with the committee support staff for any clarities that are needed, and communications in the future with regard to this process. Otherwise, we really thank you once again for staying up to now from one to the other. We really appreciate that. Thanks, and thank you, honorable members, as we prepare to look at the next candidate. Thank you, Ms. Maharaj.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, and have a pleasant evening further.
Thank you. Mr. Ngoma?
Good evening, Chair. The next candidate will be Zuko. He is busy training in, and yes, Chair, he will be the second candidate for today. And we'll have two more candidates after him. I'm just yes, Chair. I'm just waiting for him to join. Yes, Chair. Chairperson, Mr. Buku is on the platform.
To check whether we lost the Honorable Machus or not. As I welcome the Buku. Evening, sir. Just to deal with the formalities as we welcome you before this subcommittee. This is the subcommittee that's focusing on the appointment process for filling of vacancies that have occurred in the MDDA as you were duly nominated to be considered firstly for the shortlisting and then now the interviews. So we really appreciate that you have been able to wait about this far to engage with the committee. Of course, this committee is constituted by members from different parties, taking into account the electoral support that they have in Parliament. When I call the members, I will also indicate the parties that they represent, including those that may not be with us now. Of course, without waste of time, is to really once again do what is necessary, being that of making sure that you are comfortable, can relax so that you engage with the committee. Of course, I do not see the face for the first time, so you should be at least knowing that we engage. We take this as a conversation with you so that we learn from you and that you can also learn from the questions that honorable members will engage you on. I will then, in the way we will proceed from here, is that I will introduce the members just for formality also, so that you know who you are engaging with. There may be problems of connectivity at this point, but the rule is that once I introduce the member, at least you must see the face, even if there may be problems in the course of the engagements, you would be knowing who you are engaging with. So that's the point that I thought I should deal with quickly. And then, of course, after introduction of the members, we'll then give you an opportunity in 5 minutes just to introduce yourself. And in that introduction, you'll also talk to your academic and your experience and how that would contribute if you were to be considered into the MDDA board. And after that, we'll then get to each member to engage with you in 5 minutes. That 5 minutes takes into account the question as well as your responses in that time. So that's important in order to help you adjust and be able to raise the points you would want to raise in that 5 minutes. I think that's how we're going to run. On my side, I really do not ask questions except to lift up points that I think members would have raised, and for purposes of our notes, that I really get to understand what you would have said. With that having been said, as I said, back, relax, and engage. And I know it's a Friday. We will just avoid having any shadows at the back that will talk to you. So that's what comes on Friday, that our classes may see other things that are not seen by other people. So in that score, please feel welcome and relax. I will now quickly introduce the members of the platform, starting with those of the NC. We have the Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair. My humble apology, because now I'm having that challenge of the camera, Chair.
Yes, but that's Honorable Kubeka from the NC. Then I have Honorable Faku from the NC. Honorable Faku. I'm sure you can see Honorable Faku there.
Yes,
we now have Honorable Gumbu. Honorable Gumbu. There's Honorable Gumbu. There's Honorable Gumbu. That's from the ANC. I will now take Honorable Mbele from the DA. Honorable Mbele. So I'm sure you would have seen Honorable Mbele. And now go to Honorable Machozi from the IFP. Honorable Machozi?
Yeah.
Yes, that's Honorable Machozi. You can see her. I'm Honorable Maneli, as you can see, from the ANC, but also chair of the subcommittee. We do have a member from the EFF, Honorable Pambo, who could not join us, having experienced problems in the other subcommittee. We have not really seen him back, but I want to also assure you that the committee is properly constituted to correct, and that gives us the reasons to proceed with the interviews as tasked by the committee. Now that will be the quick introduction of members that will engage with yourself. And now the honors is with you now to introduce yourself in the 5 minutes as we start now. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Book.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the members of the committee, the honorable members. Chair, my name is Luzgo Buku. I'm a youth activist. That's how I like to refer to myself. been an activist since my days in the student movement. Of course, now I'm a professional. I've been in the media space, Chair, so I regard myself an activist in the media space, more particularly community media space. My academic background is in journalism and media studies, and also in media management, managing of media enterprises, the media economics, and the development of content. It is also in digital media management. I have postgraduate qualifications on both media management and digital media. What you had in the CV was an indication that I'm studying a program through UNISA. I want to report to the committee that I've concluded that program. Because when the applications happened, it was last year. I concluded that program in December, a postgraduate certificate in corporate governance and strategic management, meaning that despite my experience now running into 5 years at a national institution such as the Council on Higher Education, I can at least say I have also a qualification in corporate governance, and I qualify to be a director as such. Chair, what I believe I bring my skills and my background and my knowledge to an institution such as the MDDA, being a young person, is the energy, zeal, and the creativity of youth at a governance and leadership level, able to better guide the board to structure its program so that they can have better reach on young people and to other people in South Africa, able to ensure that there are strategic partnerships that the organization creates, because the MDDA, whilst it is a small organization, but its mandate is very big because it is at the core of giving meaning to the right to freedom of expression as expressed in Article 16 of the Bill of Rights. So the MDDA, whilst it is not a typical Chapter 9 or a constitutional institution, but its mandate is derived from the Constitution, and therefore it is an organization whose mandate is too big for it to fail. So it requires that this mandate is expanded, that there is creativity of youth such as me injected in its structure, so that it better give the voice to the voiceless in our country. It cannot be that at this time, post our democracy, we still have languages or groups who do not have newspapers or other forms of expressions, merely because there are not enough people in that population group to interest the advertisers. So the MDDA is therefore an essential organization, and me being at the MDDA, I believe that I can make a contribution based on the skills that I've indicated. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Pugu. I will now take honorable members in the following order. Honorable Faku will be the first, followed by Honorable Mbele, who then would be followed by Honorable Kumbu. And I will take Honorable Machozi, and then Honorable Kubeka would be the last, from members' engagement questions. As I said, I do not really get to ask questions except to emphasize points. So just remember the 5 minutes so that you are able to share what you want to share with the committee members. I now recognize Honorable Faku. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Puku. How are you today?
I'm well, Honorable Faku. I hope that you are well as well.
I'm good. Thank you very much for coming again. This is the second time that we are seeing you on this platform. We appreciate the interest that you have being part of the MDDA. And again, you're shortlisted. When we look at your credentials, first, let us also appreciate the role that you are playing in terms of making sure from a youth activist being now a professional. If we look at your role in terms of your academics, you are doing very well. We appreciate that. And I think it's important that as we're moving forward, we're saying that these entities must have young people, and we're happy that we're seeing that young people have interest, and you've been in the sector for quite some time, as your CV is indicating. So we appreciate that a lot. I have 2 questions for you. My first question is, in the advent of digital transformation, how can community media remain relevant and adopt new ways of doing business? And then my second one is, how is media literacy and illiteracy important for equality of citizenship? So those would be my 2 questions. If you still have time, I do have a third question. Hopefully, you'll still have time, but let's get your response on these 2 questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faku. Once again, good evening. And it is great to be here. It is a humbling honor to be once more shortlisted for such a great responsibility. On the first question, on on the strategies that must be adopted to make small community media or small commercial media relevant and viable. One, community media need to adapt to the changes in digital technology. They need to be assisted to move into that space. For an example, the booming sector during the era of COVID-19 is virtual ceremonies, virtual coverage of events. Now, if a small community media and small commercial media is only basing itself on print formats and on broadcast formats only, that will be limiting to its mandate and its ability to truly be the voice of the voiceless. But now the challenge that remains in the legislation is that the MDDA Act as it stands is not empowering the organization, the MDDA, to be able to fund digital media projects, because the Act was designed, developed, adopted in 2002, but its design for sure was earlier than that. So you need, in my view, the committee to be engaged to start a process towards that, so that it assists the small community and commercial media to adapt, because as it stands, they are not going to start those projects because it will be taking more money to start those projects because the MDDA does not fund such projects. On media literacy and the importance of the quality of citizenship, the second question. This is quite an important question because with the advent now of digital technology, there's an assumption that everyone can be a journalist, everyone can be a reporter. Now, this has led to the proliferation of a fake news. Now, that affects the quality of our public sphere and the quality of our public debates, and therefore the quality of citizenship. It is therefore important for an organization such as an MDDA to work with partner institutions such as universities to encourage, to train people on media literacy, because people now are citizen journalists, but they still need to know the basics, what to say. A recent gruesome incident that happened in East London of a female that was brutalized and killed by the boyfriend. A community wanted to report that to the world, which is something that is important to show that gruesome act, but they did not know the sensitivity that goes with publishing the images of such, the double pain that such causes to the parents, and the acts, the media laws that prohibit such. So media literacy is therefore important for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. I now recognize Honorable Mpele. Honorable Mpele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, good evening, sorry, to you, Mr. Buku. Thank you very much for joining us and availing yourself for the selection process. I have just two questions. Sorry, let me just find my right notes. Okay. So my first question is to ask what your view or perspective is from a perspective of a strategic gap innovation or identification. What would you say might be a key shortfall in the MDDA and its operations currently, especially from a governance outlook and analyzing through a high-level strategic lens? And then secondly, linked to the first question, what unique value add do you believe you have to contribute to the MDDA board in terms of your skills, experience, networks, and specifically in terms of ensuring the sustainability of the MDDA into the future in fulfilling its mandates? I saw in your CV that you've occupied positions that had to deal with fundraising. So any ideas or insights you have around innovative fundraising and other resource mobilization for the MDDA, as well as cultivating strategic partnerships, which I think you spoke to also in the previous response. So just how would you take things forward if you were on the board around sustainability, fundraising, partnership building, and taking the MDDA to the next level? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Honorable Mpele. On the first question, the shortfall in the MDDA's strategic trust, of course, I indicated, I don't want to repeat what I said necessarily in the previous response, but it's because of the limitations of legislation, but also then its inability to creatively work around that legislative hindrance, because it will be quite key if the MDDA was able to fund digital media projects. In East London, Buffalo City, where I come from, I know of many digital organizations keeping media, digital TV and digital radio. Such an organization can be funded by the MDDA because it is structured to find only licensed broadcasters. So that on its own makes the organization to appear archaic in its broad strategic grasp, and it makes it to be less innovative. So, in my view, it will be essential for the MDDA to use its clout whilst waiting for the legislative changes and pushing for the legislative changes. But it is essential for it to use this clout to create partnerships that will see that through it, such enterprises are funded. Because the case, everyone agrees that such enterprises ought to be funded, and it ought to therefore broaden its scope and its reach through such enterprises. So it delves into your second question of strategic partnerships. Two partner institutions that I believe the MDDA is not properly utilizing, but I think your questions are related, is the local government sector and universities. Because universities, the MDDA is essential for them. So it will be mutually beneficial partnerships, because if the MDDA can use the reach of universities so that some of its projects are dispersed and may be managed through universities. I want to make this point. The difficulty in some of the projects that the MDDA funds is governance challenges and administrative training. You have such knowledge and capacity vested in universities that MDDA, with a staff complement of around 40 people, will be unable to go throughout the country and train, monitor the boards, ensure that governance proceeds well. So it needs those strategic partnership with universities in particular, and with municipalities. There must be rebates and concessions to a small community media organizations. And such partnerships, such decisions can be taken by the municipalities if they are properly engaged by the MDDA. So the MDDA needs to partner with organizations such as SALCA, for instance. So what I bring is my network in universities, having been at the Council on Higher Education since 2014, and currently chairing its research and monitoring and advice committee, and having been in the student movement for a number of years, and now working in a local government. I will be able to better assist the organization to relate with institutions such as SALCA, the Council on Higher Education, and universities in South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Pele. I now recognize Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Ubuku.
Good evening, Honorable Kumbu.
Mr. Bugu, what kind of, what areas in the MDDA you think will be changed by your experience and qualifications? That is the first question. The second one, what are your proposals on how the MDDA can remain relevant and financially sustainable? If you can just respond to those questions.
Thanks a lot, Honorable Kumbu. As I'm analyzing, the questions seem to be very related and understandably at the core of the question of sustainability for the MDDA as an organization. The areas that on the first question, the areas that I think I would contribute to at the MDDA in improving is its, firstly, its ability to better network with universities and the local government sector, more particularly institutions such as the South African Local Government Association, USAF, University of South Africa, and the Council on Higher Education. Secondly, I believe that the zeal of youth that I'm bringing and the background that I have in digital media management will be able to assist the MDDA to better approach the question of funding digital media projects. And also my ability to interact with youth formations will be able to bring youth organizations and I believe a great number of young people into part of the essential target group for the MDDA. This is essential because the media content creators now are mainly young people. The innovators of new business ideas are mainly young people, and the community media organizations are mainly youth radio stations. Now, the question is, how do you make the message and content of such organizations relevant to the population? Now, on the proposals, Chair, I think I've covered also the proposals in this response, but to be specific is to initiate those strategic partnerships, is for the MDDA to restructure its strategic trusts. If we had time, I was going to go to how I believe there is misalignment between the programs and the strategic approach of the MDDA and its organizational structure, because there seem to be no proper support for lobbying, advocacy, and strategic partnerships. The organization seems to be structured towards spending the little money that it has, when in fact I believe the organization can achieve more with utilizing its clout and its influence through strategic partnerships and having some of its functions performed by other organizations or performed through other organizations. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbu. I now recognize Honorable Machozi. Honorable Machozi.
Thank you, Chair. On the follow-up question, maybe of Honorable Kumbu, in terms of the market and also the partnerships with other stakeholders, mention maybe in terms of your telecom, your MTN and Vodacom, how will you then create that conducive environment to make sure that the MDDA is able to also zoom into that? And also, what is the role of the MDDA during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how did the agency respond to the countrywide crisis to date? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Machozi. Let me first start with the first question, and I think it's a very, very relevant question, which in fact speaks to the limitation of the funding strategies or the model that the MDDA has been using in seeking to expand its capacity, because institutions such as telecom, Vodacom, your mobile service providers have become extremely essential, more particularly in the digital technology, because such institutions, as we have seen, they can be able to zero rate certain sites, meaning that certain publications that the MDDA assists can be distributed through such publication, through such mobile networks, through the zero rating process. But such needs the partnership, but also the hindrance is also the legislation that currently does not allow such. But the MDDA can therefore now fund such partnerships through such media entities through such partnerships. I won't lie and say I have a direct network contact network with Telkom or Vodacom, but I can be part of a group comfortably that can prepare a proposal that will convince the mobile service providers on the importance of zero rating certain sites. On the role of the MDDA during the COVID-19 pandemic, what they've done, what can be said is that the media organizations have been suffering, even the formal media organizations due to COVID, like any business enterprises. But the small community media were hit even harder. I know the MDDA distributed around 20 million, a very little amount to the organizations to assist them at least to be sustainable, because the advertisers had run dry during that period and were not advertising. But the role that it had to play, which I did not think it played strong enough, was the distribution of the correct messaging to people regarding COVID, regarding its effects, and regarding its prevention, the social distancing protocol, and the main messages of a government in controlling the pandemic. But it can still play that role through the community organizations, can still play that role now through empowering those stations to communicate a message against vaccine doubting, so that the nation is assisted to better progress towards herd immunity. Because some of the stations, because of the poor governance and the management models in some of them, they become sites where the debates on vaccine doubting are happening, and that causes panic in the population. And the MDDA needs to play a role, therefore, in assisting the communication of the accurate message to the population. Thanks, through the partnership that it has with the stations. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. I now recognize Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and also welcome Mr. Buku to say this is for the second time. It shows that indeed there's a passion actually. You were not trying to apply for the sake of applying. It means there is something that you want to achieve, and also for the country, in order that you can see on the side of the MDDA maybe being growing into a greater heights. So firstly, can I just understand that Buku to say, what do you think, or how can the MDDA can overcome maybe on especially on the side of these fake news, because you can see that now it is the one now who is leading or championing actually in the whole, actually it's a global country on the issue of the fake news. How can we overcome that challenge of fake news? And secondly, can I just understand to say, do you think that the community media can compete with the public broadcaster or the commercial media? If yes or no, give us a practical solution that the agency can implement. Diabule.
Enkosi kakhulu, Honorable Kubeka, thank you very much. On the fake news, what the MDDA can do, I think what is essential is media literacy and training to the already existing organizations that are beneficiaries of the MDDA funding process. I think that's one aspect, but also is through partnerships with organizations such as SANEF, the release of guidelines on fake news and the dissemination of information on the problematic nature of fake news. Because I know legislation has been passed, the COVID regulations make them illegal and so on. But law on its own will be inefficient if it is not followed by the deepening of consciousness or the circulation of the correct message, so that it permeates to people of how hurtful fake news are and how problematic they are to a free society, to a healthy democracy. So the partnership with organizations such as NEMISA, Public Broadcaster, and SANEF will be quite essential, because big organizations, big media organizations, in my view, are not the enemy of the MDDA, in as much as it is against media concentration. Because those organizations also provide voice. But the MDDA's role is to find pockets where there is no voice and support such initiatives. And I believe it should do it proactively, in as much as it is waiting and sitting and waiting for proposal. But it should also go out and analyze South African society and say which group does not have a voice on this and assist such groups to find voice. Therefore, it is not and it cannot be a competitor of organizations such as the SABC or the other commercial media organizations, because it exists to fund and assist small commercial media, which are mostly targeted to groups who are not really represented. An example, in the Eastern Cape, we have the broadcaster that broadcasts in isiXhosa is Umhlobo Wenene. It's a national station. Also, we have True FM. But the observation with the downscaling of the SABC is that they are collapsing at True FM, and most of what is happening, they are centering it in around PE, and there are not enough journalists on the ground to report on Umhlobo Wenene. Now, what the MDDA's role is to support community media and commercial media, so that there's media penetration in those communities that the SABC is now suddenly pulling out from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. Mr. Puku, I will just come back to a point you've made. I think you've spoken about legislative gaps. You've also reflected on the strategic side of things, what could be the gaps. But the reality of the matter is that we may not have the reviewal of the legislation tomorrow. And therefore, this takes me to your understanding and what is to be done, or your assessment of what the MDDA would have looked at as the sustainability financial model, having learned the collapse of these community media platforms that they've been supporting. So I'm just saying, taking into account that raised on legislation, as well as the gaps from the point of what are strategic issues that need to be looked at. But in the current plan that's on the table that looks at the model to ensure sustainability, what's your assessment of that? Of course, in the context of what you've raised with the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's a fundamental question, because, and I agree with you, the legislation is not going to change now. So you then can have a report that speaks about the need to change legislation only without looking at what the organization can do despite the legislation that is hindering it. Chair, in my view, I believe that the MDDA needs to work through partnerships. What is clear is that whilst there can be fundraising, but fundraising sometimes comes with strings, mostly international fundraising. And now it's sensitive to fundraise around the question of funding content production, because that is knowledge. That is what people will hear. Now, if that can be captured by whoever, for whoever, whatever interest, it can be dangerous even to democracy. So the MDDA does not need to have funding for the sake of funding, but for driving the program of expanding freedom of expression. Now, my proposal is create these strategic partnerships that the MDDA can expand its role through, without looking at the kit that is in the budget, in the bag, but it needs to expand this role through other organizations and not totally rely on itself as a small organization that does not even have a branch in other provinces and so on. So it needs to partner with such institutions. So for an example, Chair, on the training of young people to be media literate, the MDDA can have a fund on that and assist and partner with institutions for such young people to be trained. Institutions such as CETAs for governance, you can partner with universities and other organizations. And for the initial point I spoke about in response to the comment by Honorable Kubeka, the using the mobile providers, lobbying them to zero rate some of their services that they are offering to small commercial media. Now, so what this means, Chair, is that the annual and the results of the MDDA will be different than from when you look at its budget. So its points will not be based on totally on what the budget of the organization is, but based on the partnerships that it is creating. But the catch, Chair, on that is that the structure of the organization must be such that it employs people who can create such partnerships, people who can manage such partnerships. If the structure of the organization is such that it is mainly based on the money it has and it disperses, so you have funding advisors and so on, then you will have or funding managers, what they call core business. Then you will still have an organization that is unable to operate beyond the budget that it gets from the fiscus and from the levies it receives. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Buko. As I said, I would indeed afford you an opportunity to speak to the committee for 2 minutes, whatever I want to raise given the engagements we've had with you before I officially close the session with you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I must also thank the opportunity that has been afforded to me once more. And also say, Chair, in as much as I'm here to be interviewed, but I thought it important to perhaps, as you guided or you called for, that I say certain things that might appeal to the conscience of the committee members regarding the future direction of the right to freedom of expression and how it can be meaningful in our country. Because, Chair, you can have such right in the Constitution, but if certain people don't have access to the media that is essential for giving meaning to the right to freedom of expression, that right will be meaningless to them. So it's the question of positive and a negative right. So what I've highlighted in the answers and questions is the importance of giving meaning to the right to freedom of expression and the role of the MDDA in that. And the need, 2 points that I've raised, the need for the MDDA Act to be amended, but the need to find creative ways of working with the current legislation in order to give meaning to the right to freedom of expression. And what I believe, Chair, is that the MDDA needs therefore a board that can take it to, that can take the organization to greater heights, so that the media sector in our country is transformed and that all our communities have a voice, a legitimate voice, are able to contribute to the health of our democracy. And I'm willing, Chair, to be part of that group of men and women who will be formulating and carrying out this task of transforming our media sector. Thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to speak to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Puku. As we wrap up, just to really re-emphasize the point that we have really taken this as a conversation that we have with you. And out of that engagement, we still believe that you will also, as you go home, wherever you are, that you would say there was something learned from engagement by members. And that as members were also left the same way, that we would have engaged with you. Surely there are those things that we would continue to look at as part of the continued work of the committee itself. And with that, I really thank you for making time on a Friday. We really thank you for that. And just for formalities, in terms of communications, administratively, like it was the case as you prepared for this interview, the engagement would be more with the administration. If there are queries that you want to make regarding the process, Mr. Ngoma would be the person. Otherwise, with regard to us as the subcommittee, this is where we will end the engagement. Of course, as I said, having learned a lot from the engagement. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Mr. Ngoma?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Martina de la Togna is the next candidate. She is on the platform. She's the second last candidate for the day. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Good evening, Ms. de la Togna. I just hope you can hear, and if you can at least switch on your video camera for members to be able to see you, that you are indeed in the platform. I still see that you are muted and your video camera off. I just hope that you are able to hear us. Okay. Now we can see you. So you are on the platform. Good evening and welcome. This is the subcommittee that is tasked by the committee in terms of the National Assembly rules to focus on the filling of the vacancies that have occurred as a result of end of term of office in the MDDA. As you'll be aware, we are dealing with 2 vacancies from the side of Parliament. And of course, this committee then reports to the main committee on communications. It is constituted by different honorable members from different parties as they are represented in Parliament, of course, taking into account the proportional size of the party in terms of electoral support. And when I introduce the members, I will then indicate the parties that they represent formally. So immediately after the introduction, we'll then afford you an opportunity to quickly introduce yourself, talk to your experiences, and of course your academic development and why you should still be considered to serve in the MDDA as a board member. Of course, we'll do this taking into account that the detailed CV of yourself, the members have been able to peruse that. And therefore, in the engagement of questions, they will go beyond the 5 minutes presentation that you would have made because they've had access to your CV. After that, we'll then allow each member in the order that I would call to engage with you. For each member, it is 5 minutes. That 5 minutes is for both the questions as well as your responses to the questions. So I'm just indicating it up front so that in your response, you'll be able to prioritize your responses for the member to be able to hear you well in terms of the points that they will engage you on. And I take it that's quite clearer. Honorable members that I'm going to introduce to you, I'll start with the ANC ones. We have Honorable Kubeka. Of course, I do ask that the members would show their faces, but in situations where there's connectivity problems at this time, we can confirm that it's them, not the robot. So I'm sure you'll understand because we've been continuing with the other candidates, so we do know who we're talking to in that scope. Honorable Kubeka, just still with us.
Thank you. Can I also say my humble apology to the candidate if she never see my face because I'm having a serious challenge on this side. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. I now look at Honorable Faku. Honorable Faku. That's
Hi,
Honorable
Chair.
Faku.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening.
Followed by Honorable Kumbu.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Kumbu. So Honorable Kumbu, that's Honorable Kumbu. And I'll go to the Democratic Alliance. We've got Honorable Mbele. Honorable Mbele. I'm sure you do see Honorable Mbele. From Honorable Mbele of the Democratic Alliance, there's also Honorable Majosi from the IFP. Honorable Majosi.
Hi, Chair, I'm here.
I hope you to see Honorable Majosi. That's Honorable Majosi. All right, me being Honorable Manili from the ANC, but also the chair of the committee. So that will be the introduction of the members present. But I must say that we do have representation from the EFF to this subcommittee. Honorable Pambo, who had struggles earlier on, has not been able to connect back to the committee. However, I must say that for record, that the committee does correct and is properly constituted to can proceed with the interviews, and that's the reason we have been able to proceed. Without then a waste of time, let me say this as I hand over to you, that this is really a conversation with you. So just relax. I know it's a Friday. There may be many pressures of a Friday, but relax and engage with the committee, share your experiences so that we learn from you and that you can also learn from the interaction with the members even beyond this interview. And I'm sure you should be ready by now to use your 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself and share your experiences and how you can contribute if you were to get back to the MDDA. Thank you. Over to you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. And thank you to the committee for giving me the honor of shortlisting me again. And I'm going to take you up on the spirit of engaging in a conversation. I am no stranger to Parliament. I'm no stranger to the community media sector, and I'm no stranger to the MDDA. I was appointed, I've got a long history in the community media sector. In fact, that's where I started my career, fresh out of the student movement from the late 80s, early 90s. And I learned some very important lessons about the importance of who's telling whose story and kind of the media landscape as it was. And in my career, which has spanned kind of a good 25, 30 years, I have really, I think, developed a unique combination of skills that straddles filmmaking and production, community media, organizational development, small commercial independent media, policy, and so forth. So I'm going to get to the point of reflecting on my experiences on the MDDA board and why I think it's important from a continuity perspective to offer my services again to the country through Parliament, if you so wish. So during the 5th Parliament, I was nominated and shortlisted and interviewed by this portfolio committee for the position of the MDDA board. And at the time, I'm sure honourable members will remember or look back at the records, the MDDA was in a critical state. And really the mandate I had from that portfolio committee and from Parliament at that point was, and I remember the questions vividly because they were very tough, was what are you going to do about sustainability? What are you going to do about cleaning up the organization? What are you going to do about the staff issues and the lack of coherence at board level? And I made many commitments at that point to say, I'm not shy to get into a space where it's about organizational development, it's about putting the systems in place for governance, it's about having clear policy space, policy emerging from the legislation that governs the entity to enhance the capacity of the organization, change its reputation for the better, start strengthening the organization as far as the board's scope of control was concerned. And I must say, I come to you 4 years later, having served from October 2017 to October last year, when my term of office came to an end. I must say I'm very proud of the achievements that I was part of. I think I left the board at a point where a funding policy was in place. certain critical senior appointments had been made, the board had developed a coherence of vision and so forth, and the reputation of the organization had shifted. And you know, when you join a board of a state entity with this kind of responsibility, it takes you some time to understand the dynamics of the organization, to you know, see the wood for the trees, understand where the key policy interventions need to happen, tackle the difficult issues that the organization was facing at the time, and really, by the time I left the board, I felt that we've achieved something, but I still have something to offer to see that vision through. And I hope that we can use the rest of the interview to tackle some of those things. But yes, I think I'm happy to take questions, but I would be very happy to serve on the board again and complete the work that I started. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Delatogna. May I now invite members to use their 5 minutes engagement with you in the following order. I'll start with Honorable Faku, followed by Honorable Mbele, who will then be followed by Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu will be followed by Honorable Machozi. And after Honorable Machozi, I will then take Honorable Kubeka. Of course, I do not get to ask questions except if there's a reason to just lift up a point that would have already been raised to get clarity on what you would have raised as I facilitate the discussion. Honorable Faku, you are now recognized and the 5 minutes start.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome, Ms. Delatogna. It's a pleasure to have you again. We're happy to see you back on the platform. We've learned a lot from you from the past, and I was listening to you again. You're one of the experienced people in the sectors. I think if you can really present yourself well today, you are standing a good chance of forming part of MDDA. Again, the issue of women, it's very important that we are very happy to see that many of us are shortlisted as women. It's not just women, it's women that have capacity and all of that. And we appreciate to see that as a country we're moving forward, making sure that women are forming part of these boards as we're moving forward. As you know, I would not ask you some of the questions because you have served before in most of these entities. But my question is, as you know, that Centec, the total debt Centec has in the sector is about 60 million at the end of July last year. SABC is complaining of the high cost that Centec is charging and other entities. So when you are given an opportunity to serve on the board, how can you challenge the signal distribution cost and how can it be resolved? If you can answer for me that question. And you also know that as a country, we are faced with a lot of fake news, hate speech. How can you perhaps guide the agency to fight such, hate speech, fake news? We have a serious problem when it comes to this. So if you can just respond to those 2 questions for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. Okay, so on the Centec, it is a challenge that we faced while I was serving on the board. This debt load that community broadcasters face, and this is community radio and community television. And it speaks to kind of the sustainability models that the community media projects are constantly challenged by, right? I mean, ideally, a community media project is funded. There's the rule of a third. So a third kind of MDDA funding, a third other kind of grant funding, and a third, income generated from advertising revenue and things like that. So the challenge that Centec faces is it also needs to be sustainable. and it's run like a business entity. And it's one of the successful, organizations that have been able to, but because of the fees charged, sustain itself. So the solution is to find means for increasing the capacity of broadcasters to generate the revenue despite the challenges of the pandemic. And this has got a lot to do with, and we were starting to do this, but I think this would be one of my areas of focus were I to join the MDDA again, is kind of cracking the value of the advertising sector and understanding that the advertising industry needs to recognize the community media sector's viability in the context of audience reach. And secondly, I think there has to be a policy engagement with Centec around how you treat this class of broadcast licenses at a community level. I'm sympathetic to the SABC. It's also underfunded and also has sustainability, underfunded in the context of its public mandate, but even more so for the community media sector and for community media broadcasters. So I think there has to be better engagement with Centec. One of the solutions that we offered as the board then, I'm not sure what's happened in the last year, but certainly that was practical, was for community broadcasters that are still operational, signal transmission costs form part of the grants that we make available. So a community media project broadcaster can apply to the MDDA for transmission fees as an area of funding. So we in the policy, you'll see, we would have determined that that's an important critical area. And so I think the board at the time did rise to the occasion, but it's impossible to pay everybody's transmission costs. We know that the MDDA's budget is relatively small compared to other entities, and it had difficulty attracting more funding because of the reputational issues, but we were starting to turn the corner. And then the pandemic came and descended on us and interrupted that process. But I think, look, Centec's, in my impression, Centec has always been receptive, to a win-win solution. It's not in Centec's interest to see the community broadcasting sector collapse. It's not in anybody's interest. But I think revenue generation and the business model for community media sustainability is critical there. So that's to address your first question. Around fake news, this is an issue I'm very passionate about as well, especially in the context of what's been happening in the pandemic. And I think, I'm not sure if the board currently has dealt with it, but one of the practical solutions I would offer is that, community media projects need to make a commitment, sign up to kind of an agreement with the MDDA around ensuring the credibility and the non-spread of news. So that's one area where the MDDA can have a direct control. And at the level of kind of the support and development training processes that the SABC, that the MDDA conducts within this stakeholder sector, I think they have partnered with very important organizations that are doing good work in the fake news space. And I think it's for the MDDA to continue to train community media journalists and community media managers and community media stakeholders to ensure that their platforms are credible.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Faku. We now recognize Honorable Mbele. Honorable Mbele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to you, Ms. De La Tonia. Thank you for availing yourself for this engagement session and for the selection process, especially at this late hour on a Friday evening. I think I would very much like to just give as much of my 5 minutes to you to elaborate and expand on what you had started touching on in your opening remarks, because it speaks very much to what my key interest is. So your perspective on what are the strategic gaps that the board must still address and focus on. And of course, you come with the advantage of institutional memory and experience. and then springboarding from that, what are the insights and ideas for promoting the sustainability, mobilizing resources, and just cultivating strategic partnerships in fulfilling the MDDA's mandate. So just on that, you've got the remainder of the 5 minutes to just really flesh out what you would like to paint as a picture for the board of the value you would have to add.
Thank you, Honourable Mbele. Okay, so unfinished business and areas of strategic priority. So let's start at the legislative level. I think that there's a dire need to reinterpret and review the Act that governs and that sets up the MDDA. So that would be the first step. Some work has gone into it, but the board must really take ownership and start engaging with that process. And of course, we would want the board would need the support and the drive and the agency of the portfolio committee and Parliament itself to make sure that that happens within particular targets, because the Act as it is has very limited, did not foresee the kind of digital world that we live in. And so sometimes when it comes to funding digital projects, there was still a bit of a confusion within the organization about how to do that. Accompanied by that, the regulations that form part of the Act are very outdated. And I remember at the time when the board was interacting with the late Minister Jackson Mthembu, may his soul rest in peace, we were looking at changing those regulations. So I think that's a key priority. So if the current board hasn't started to engage with that, that's certainly something, because it's within the regulations that you can actually, with the shareholders' support and Parliament support, affect the kind of changes that need to happen so that we can, without contravening the existing Act, kind of broaden the scope of the project funding targets. So that would be at that level. Then in terms of kind of one of the sore points for me, I mean, I think I'm very proud of the projects environment and how we conducted that. So before I joined the board, there was no funding policy that guided the process. It's I don't want to belabor and go into the past, but certainly the project's funding systems had collapsed. So we had to, one of the key critical things we did was restructure the board committee system so that there would be a projects oversight committee and a research committee, and then of course the audit and risk, and then the stakeholder management committees. And I must say the projects oversight committee was a source of joy and huge debate and contestation, but it was a place where a lot of the detailed discussions that informed the policy happened. So we did a lot of the work that has now resulted in that policy, and kind of regularizing the funding cycle, making sure that applications processes are accessible and so forth. So I'm comfortable with the achievement, although a lot more can be done. And I'm particularly interested from a projects environment to clarify what do we mean by digital publishing, especially now that we live in the pandemic era where digital access is a necessary public good, and yet we live in a situation where zero-rated websites and data costs and even access to signal, eludes so many in our country. In places where media diversity and community expression is most needed. So that's I think a key critical area of focus within the projects environment. One of the sore points for me was that we didn't achieve our targets in the research environment, and research is a very important mandate of the MDDA because it informs the work that's done. I'm sure the current board has taken that up. I'm quite convinced that it would have identified it as a priority. I'm not sure because I haven't read any of the, but certainly if I were to be sent back to the board, I mean, I love research. I love information. You know, speaking about the role of women in community media, we are still very challenged in terms of the percentage of women who are community media managers, leaders, and so forth. But I mean, it's the information that research will inform, together with a sustainability model. I'm aware that the sustainability model was a key focus of research. So were I to join the board again, that's certainly something I would want to invest a lot of time in. And then I think the general capacitation of the organization, I'm not sure where things are at the moment. I mean, I think I did leave an organization that was stronger. I think we had reviewed the structure and so forth. But of course, when you review something and you test it, it's only through seeing whether it's working or not that you can really make an assessment of whether that was the correct decision or not. So a year or two down the line, and it's been a good break away from the board. But I mean, you know, maybe I'd come in with a fresh set of eyes to look at what works, what doesn't. So those would be my critical priorities. The relationship with stakeholders is important, and definitely the MDDA, together with other communications entities, need to ensure that the white paper on the audiovisual sector and the digital access issues are addressed. But that's not just an MDDA issue, that's an issue that affects the collective of communications entities across the board. Thank you. Chair? Am I over my 5 minutes?
Yes, once I stand and appear, that I'm also trying to manage the time.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Pele. I now recognize Honorable Kumbu.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Dilatogna.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Gumbu.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you again.
By the way, it's lasagna, like lasagna.
Oh, my apologies.
No, it's okay.
Just two questions for you from me. As someone who had been with the MDDA previously, you know how MDDA responded to COVID-19. If you can just share with us your knowledge on this aspect. My second one would be, if you are lucky and be appointed as a board member of MDDA again, what are the new skills that you will bring to the MDDA? Those are my two questions. If you can just respond to that.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Gumbu. So the COVID, you know, I'm actually very proud of the MDDA's board's quick response to the COVID pandemic. We were one of the first entities that recognized that our stakeholders and beneficiaries would incur high risk and costs that they had never factored into. So we were one of the first entities to offer support to the community media sector to cover you know, sanitizer, PPE equipment, additional data costs or airtime, telecommunications costs, travel costs, you know, to mitigate for especially during the hard lockdown period. And that support was extended twice and thrice. So I think it wasn't a lot of and it was interesting because it was one of the first times in our memory, as far as we could figure out, that we applied the emergency funding category, which is provided for in the Act to respond to the pandemic. Because it was declared a natural disaster. So lessons learned from that, how sustainable it was, I'm not sure, but I think the feedback from, and you know, there were lots of beneficiaries that we were able to support right from the word go. My worry now is, what has the pandemic's impact been on the sustainability of the community media organizations? And I think we've heard a lot of stories about little newspapers closing down, community radio stations struggling to keep on the airwaves and so forth. And more recently, due to the unfortunate events, 3 of the community radio stations were targeted and I think were looted and damaged, which was a serious area of concern. So I think going forward, the emphasis has to be on building on the credibility of the organization, not relying just on the national fiscus, but ensuring that one of the policies or one of the practices that GCIS kind of adopted and promotes is this 30% spend on community media, which if really implemented across all government departments, SOEs, at all layers of government, that alone would cause a significant change in the viability prospects for the community media sector. So that's certainly something that I lobbied for. I remember Minister Mthembu, every forum that we appeared jointly, I would remind, and I will still remind Parliament that 30% policy to spend advertising on community media is a very important, coupled with kind of an increased respect that we need to present to the advertising industry to recognize community media importantly. Honorable Gumbo, I forgot the second question. I'm so sorry. What was the second issue, Chair? Can you help me?
That related to, okay, Honorable Kumbu.
No. I was just saying, if you are lucky and be appointed as a, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I didn't mention this previously, it is in my CV, but I'm doing my PhD, and I'm doing my PhD focused on kind of organizational listening and things like that. But along the way, I've learned a lot about research methods. I've also been part of I led a chapter commissioned by the DPME that tells the story of South African communications during the pandemic with lessons learned. It was a pro bono research project because we were asked as academics to offer our services as part of country duty, but it was a very interesting exercise. It gave me a lot of insight into all the challenges. I mean, we were able to interview the SABC, the MDDA, the Brand SA, GCIS, the Department of Communications and Digital Technology, together with other stakeholders in the media. And that exercise was very, very relevant. So I mean, I can offer a more enhanced research capacity and not just research for its sake, but to inform policy and legislative changes.
Okay, no, thank you, Honorable Kumbu. And I recognize the Honorable Machozi. Honorable Machozi.
Thank you, Chair.
Just get the right spot again.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Get the right spot. Get the right spot, Honorable Machozi. I'm struggling to hear you. The line is bad.
I can hear even now.
Better yes. Now, if you can speak there. Better now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Mine would be maybe in relation to all the questions that you have responded to in terms of the stakeholders and so forth, and in partnerships as well, considering rural areas in terms of telecom, MTN and Vodacom. How, if you are appointed as a board member, how will you make sure that you create a conducive environment to make sure that the MDDA is able to perform its duties with the following partners that I've outlined before? And also, what is the role of the MDDA during the COVID-19 pandemic? How did the agency respond to the countrywide crisis to date? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. So you touched on a very important point, and during our time in my first term, we weren't able to engage ICASA and the cell phone service providers as meaningfully, but we did begin. And we did start meeting with various cell phone companies. I remember meeting with MTN and so forth around the concept of zero rating our projects, and they had agreed to pilot the idea. But it doesn't help if you can zero rate your website, but there's no signal. You're in the middle of the deep Northern Cape or other provinces where there's just no signal, and that requires a collective intervention to direct it towards ICASA, actually, because I believe ICASA has the power to persuade and regulate that the adequate investment can be made into the cell phone network infrastructure to ensure that no person is left behind in the digital citizenship world that we live in now. If access to the internet has become a right, a public good, just like libraries were growing up. I mean, libraries are still very relevant, but all the more so access to libraries online. This is not just an issue that affects the MDDA. This is an issue that affects the Department of Education and many other stakeholders. I mean, I'd be happy to see the MDDA take a leading role using the issue of media diversity and access as the starting point, as mandated, because it is the institution that's mandated for that. But it would be a big campaign and policy implementation process. So we would have to work with other stakeholders and organizations. But I think we did lay the foundations for it. I think it's now to make that an area of critical focus, especially as the pandemic has thrown a sharp focus on our citizens, our people that are being left behind and not able to access services, education, information, and so forth. Yeah, so, and I think I did touch on some of the activities that the MDDA did at the outset of the pandemic in terms of granting funding in the context of emergency funding. I'm not sure what's happened in the last year since in my absence, but I would like to believe the board has continued to find ways of supporting its projects in the context of the pandemic. But I really believe that if we can get the sustainability model right and that 30% policy implemented, it could be a huge game changer. Chair, I see you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Majosi. I now go to Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka, you're now recognized. You can proceed to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Evening, Ms. Della. And I appreciate, because now at least as still the member of the board at this present moment, you know that there are some still outstanding issues that you are willing or also wishing maybe to accomplish. So I'm happy because especially on the side of the policies, legislatives, regulations and act, as you are raising to say, you need to take note on that, as those are the outdated things that needs to be corrected. So can you just demonstrate the possible strategies and techniques that the MDDA can implement to increase its funding model for community media? The other one is this one, how can MDDA, or because you are still there, overcoming the issue of the fake news? As you can see that now, it wants to be on the upper level, which means on the side of giving people a misinformed message. How can you try to overcome that issue of fake news, Ms. Della? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So I'm not on the board at the moment. So I stopped being, my term of office ended in October 2020. So there's a gap here in between. So, which is always good because it allows you to reflect, think, and then gain some perspective from the outside again. In terms of increasing the funding pool that the MDDA, the first thing is to make sure that its credibility within the stakeholder sector is maintained. But also, at the moment, the MDDA Act only draws funding from broadcasters through the legislative mechanism. And as part of the legislative review, we need to look at other sources that can also start contributing to media diversity, because media diversity as a principle and as a practice is a fundamental part of a deliberative democracy, which South Africa is an expression of. So why just the broadcasters? We need to look at other media entities, other players that generate a significant income and can also be through the legislation asked to contribute in the interest of media diversity. Because at the end of the day, the community media journalists that grow from the community media sector, and I even count myself as one of those, end up contributing to the public broadcaster, and to other media entities. So many journalists that are famous today or are well known in the private media sector or the public sector, media sector, come from the community media. So there is a recognition of the value of the community media sector as a developmental space. So very much, I think the legislation needs to be reviewed to make sure. And then, so in terms of process, it takes time to change an act. It could take a 2 or 3 year process. So I would certainly make it my mission, together with the board, within the context of the board collective, to ensure that at least as far as the MDDA board is concerned, in its relationship with the shareholder, its sister entities, GCIS and other media entities, we would want to, champion the change of legislation and to the point where the portfolio committee will start considering a new draft act for the MDDA that protects and secures and grows and creates an enabling environment for media diversity in the digital age. So I think it's not a short process, but if it's a target that the 6th Parliament wants to take on, certainly it's something that I would be very passionate about. Then I think those are the stakeholders that are key to driving it. And I think we've reached a stability within the communication sector to ensure that that happens. I hope that answers your question, Honorable Mbele.
It's not
Kubeka.
Sorry. Kubeka, Honorable Kubeka, apologies. Is that okay? Did I address the question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. Of course, as I said, I would not ask the question except where I couldn't hear you well. You've spoken about legislation, the challenge there, but you were indicating that if the board was to implement the sustainability model, which has been put forward, maybe just as you know from your background in the MDDA, that's one of the targets that is yet to be achieved from a research point of view.
Yes.
So if one would just check within the current legislation, because the legislation will not change tomorrow, it's a process. Giving us your honest opinion where you are now, do you think that that sustainability model with the current environment in terms of legislation and regulation, does give you the opportunity to expand the resources, of course, without depending much on the government allocation. And by government allocation, I also include the obligations that are made for those that are in your TV sector or those that are in your print, which has long collapsed in terms of funding the MDDA. So I'm just saying, outside of that, with the current legislation, what else could be looked at, or whether you are satisfied that you have will still make these radio stations or other platforms not to collapse, learning from lessons that you've been funding probably the same station over time because they just can't be sustainable on their own. So I'm really trying to interrogate what you understand this sustainability model to be under the current legislation. Thank you. If you can.
So, Chairperson, Chair, thank you for that question. Maybe I wasn't too clear. I'm very passionate about this 30% policy, and I just want to take a minute to discuss it. Imagine a world where every department, every government department at national, provincial, and local level, every state-owned entity spend 30% of their marketing communications budgets on community media. That is a game changer, Chairperson. And it's been it hasn't reached cabinet policy approval yet. So that's certainly something I would like to advocate for, have been advocating for, and will direct research focus to try and understand how much of the collective monies that are spent are going to the community media sector. So that would be kind of a short-term achievable objective, because I think sometimes there isn't an appreciation for the huge amount of money that's spent in the media space, even under constrained circumstances. So that's number one. Number two is there is revenue in the advertising and commercial space. The problem is advertising agencies don't respect and don't value the audiences that the community media organizations as a collective represent. You know, the committee might appreciate that the community radio stations have an audience of 8 million collectively. But do the advertising agencies respect that? And do they understand the value of those audiences? And I think that is also an achievable objective in the short term within the space of 3 years. And Honorable Maneli, I appeal to you to please take on this from a portfolio committee perspective, a parliament perspective, this issue of insisting on legislative change. The MDDA Act needs to be reviewed. And I would really hope that you put pressure on the board and the shareholder and everybody all the stakeholders that have an interest in the MDDA to drive that. So it is a long-term 3-year process, but it can be done. But in the short term, if that policy can be implemented, and if the advertising agencies can start recognizing the value of the collective audience through the national, the various structures that do that research, including the MDDA, then I think we can start shifting things. Of course, we can also look at the role of Facebook and Twitter and things like that, but I know we're running out of time. So I leave it at that. Chair, I hope I've answered your question.
No, thank you. Honorable members, like I said, we would have given you the chance to engage with our candidate here. Now, this is an opportunity for you to use 2 minutes to speak to the committee before we close the session. Immediately after you, I will then formally close this session. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So the first thing I want to put on the table is that, and I did this at my last interview, in terms of my own personal circumstances, I am still somewhat in debt. So my financial situation might throw up a red flag, but I am doing my PhD at the moment, and that's why I haven't been earning a lot of income, but that's not a big deal. But I'm just being honest with Parliament about that. If you do an ICT check, credit score check, I might be a little bit challenged there, but it's nothing that I can't handle going forward. So, and I don't think I've got any more driving fines, because I don't own a car. So I hope that my traffic fines are sorted out. But that's really the only issues that I can be honest with the portfolio committee on. For the rest, I mean, I would love to serve the organization again. I think my reputation and my track record speaks for itself. I know you're interviewing some extraordinary people, so you're spoiled for choice. I would like to be given the opportunity to be a continuity board member, because I think that is important. With new boards all the time, some of the context gets lost, and so I hope that the committee sees the value in nominating me again. But thank you very much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate you on a Friday night spending time. You're doing the country's work, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latogna. As I said, we have now come to the closure, and I want to just reiterate the point I made earlier on, that we take this as a conversation where you are also learning from the members what could be issues of concern and what we think should be done, but also that the members themselves would have learned from you. So would have learned a few things that beyond an interview that the committee can be able to look at as we continue to be of service to the nation. So with that, I also really thank you for making time again on a Friday, not just a Friday, end of the month, to many people. We really appreciate. And of course, at a formal level, just to clarify the point that administrative questions are handled through our committee support, Mr. Ngoma, who was also very key in the preparations for the interviews as you were interacting with him. Our interaction as the committee has now come to the closure as I close this session, and we hope to still meet each other in the service of the nation out there, whether on a voluntary basis, like it's happening at this point, but also wish you well in your PhD, because the National Development Plan also talks to that we still need many of those researchers in society if we are to address the challenges of our time. For that, once again, thank you. Mr. Ngoma?
Thank
you. Thank you. Mr. Ngoma will then direct us on the next step, honorable members, in terms of the next candidate. Otherwise, we really thank Ms. Della Togna.
Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Yes, Chairperson, the next candidate is already on the platform. He's the last candidate for the day, Mr. Lionel Adendorf. And Chairperson, I must commend you and the committee members for keeping to time. You know, 10 years that have dealt with statutory appointments. Today we are only 5 minutes behind. So well done to you, Chair, and the members. Mr. Adendorf is on the platform. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Ngoma. As we welcome Mr. Adendorf, I'm sure the members are now able to see you, that indeed you are on the platform. As already said, that's the last candidate we are seeing for the evening. But I can just to make it clear to you that we are ready to see you like all other candidates that we have seen, even on a Friday evening. Like it is. So you
This
can
time of the night, Chair.
pay the attention that we need to pay. So we really apologize for keeping you awake at the time that you think you should be spending differently. So you can be guaranteed that we would be indeed paying attention to yourself equally like all other candidates. In fact, we may be more fresher as we are about to close. So,
I sincerely hope so, Chair.
so please feel welcome. I'm trying to also ensure that you are able to relax and take this as really an engagement with the committee. So it's really a conversation. But I just want to deal with the formalities like we would have done with every candidate. Just to remind you that this is a subcommittee, so not the full committee. It's a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications in the National Assembly, which is provided for in terms of the National Assembly rules, that the committee can create a subcommittee that focuses on a particular aspect and report back to the committee. We are therefore a subcommittee focusing purely on the MDDA filling of the vacancy, as 2 vacancies would have occurred in the MDDA, of which you were duly nominated and shortlisted by the committee. Hence, we are to hear you today. I know you've been before the committee before.
A few times.
But we are indeed of service to the nation. And that's why I would continuously engage those that want to be also of service to the nation. So that's the committee. Also, it's comprised of different political parties proportional to the size of the electoral support in Parliament. And therefore, as I introduce the members of the committee, I will be indicating for record that indeed there's that reflection of parties. May I also say that in how we are going to proceed going forward is that I will then introduce each member who will then switch on their video cameras just for you to see the faces, and that those that are experiencing problems, it will not be because they don't want to be seen. It will be connectivity problems, of course. But it will be people that we can confirm without a share of doubt that it's them, not the robot, on a Friday night. So I'm just saying that it will not be of disrespect to you, but just connectivity issues. Otherwise, every member is doing everything possible to be seen that they are still on the platform. Immediately after introduction of the members, we'll then hand over to you, give you 5 minutes to then introduce yourself. You'll use that as an opportunity to talk to your experiences, your academic side of things, and how that could contribute to the MDDA if you were to be considered. So you'll do that in that 5 minutes. Of course, after that, we'll then get to each member in the order that I would call for them to engage with you. It's 5 minutes per member. And that 5 minutes is the questions and your responses. So I'm indicating it up front so that in at the time of answering the questions, you are able to prioritize your answers in a way that the engagement with the member is fruitful. In that score, as I said, please feel welcome relax and enjoy the conversation with the members so that we learn from you and that you can also learn from our engagements. Without a waste of time, then I notice I'll start with the ANC. We have Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka.
Thanks, Chair. Humble apology again.
Okay, that's Honorable Kubeka. I can confirm that's her. And as I said, there are challenges with connectivity. That's not only with you, but that's what we have been experiencing. Followed by Honorable Faku. Honorable Faku. There's Honorable Faku.
Good evening.
Yes. Then we have Honorable Kumbu.
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Kumbu. Yes, so Honorable Kumbu is on the platform. Those were ANC representatives. We also have from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Mbele. Honorable Mbele. I hope you are seeing Honorable Mbele. That's the rep of the Democratic Alliance. We also have Honorable Machozi from the Inkatha Freedom Party. Honorable Machozi.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Honorable Machozi is still here with us. Of course, from the EFF, we have Honorable Pambo, who could not join the session. It struggles with connectivity in the first subcommittee. So I've not received any update yet, but is a member of this committee. I myself, Honorable Maneli from the ANC, but also chair of the committee. I must say that on record, this committee is properly constituted, it collates. This is the reason we're able to proceed with the interviews, so that you understand that the engagement is genuinely so, that we are within what is expected of law to continue with this interview. As I said, we'll then give you an opportunity to really speak to the committee, introduce yourself, as I said. So we'll give you 5 minutes and you'll time yourself so that when I really indicate time, it's not intimidation, but a reminder. Over to you, Mr. Adendorf.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is obviously Lionel Adendorf. I'm a 43-year-old father of two, a qualified journalist who has been working in the newsrooms, both at a national level as well as at a community level. I think I understand the community media landscape very, very well, given my experience and exposure to it. I am from a rural town in the Western Cape called Bonnievale, where there is currently no community media in the entire municipality. There's no community media at all, apart from a community newspaper that is being owned by a corporate company, that is Media 24. As I said, I have been a journalist, but mostly my passion for community media stems from my experience as the president of the South African Student Press Union, an organization that has been fighting very hard during my period for the establishment of the MDDA, because we understood its importance then and also now. I was also, as a student representative, responsible for journalism on the standards generating body of the days when I was a student. And I do think that my experience in formulating or contributing to curriculum development in journalism also put me in good stead. I have more than 15 years in corporate communications. I have experienced, again, in the management of media projects for various employers that I have worked for. And I am currently serving on the board of NEMISA, the National Electronic Media Institute of South Africa, where I am the chairperson of the Social Ethics and Transformation Board Committee. I also sit on the Audit and Risk Committee of the board, and then I also sit on the HR committee. Apart from that, I also serve on the board of the Afrikaans Taal Museum and Monument in Paarl, where I am a member of the ARC. I do have sufficient board experience. I understand my fiduciary responsibilities towards the board and the organization very well. And I do think my combined experience speak of someone who is not only qualified to serve on the MDDA board, but also well experienced. And that is why I am appreciative of this opportunity to be with you again. And I hope that it would be third time the charm, chairperson. So that is my experience. I must say that I would not have allowed myself to be nominated for the MDDA if it was not based on my firm commitment in the future and the sustainability of the MDDA, and to ensure that it meets its targets, that it at least then fulfill its mandate, not only towards its shareholder, that's government, but also to the many community projects that depends on it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Adendorf. As I said, without further ado, I will then go to the members of the committee, who will then ask questions or interact with you in the following order. Start with Honorable Faku, followed by Honorable Mbele. We'll then have Honorable Gumbu, followed by Honorable Machozi. Then we'll have asked Honorable Ubeka. I do not really ask questions. I will only pick up where I think we may have not get you well, just to get an opportunity to amplify a point. So that's the order we'll take. It's now 21:32. I now hand over to Honorable Faku, and the 5 minutes will then kick in. Honorable Faku.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to Mr. Adendorf. Thank you again for being part of our panel, committee. You are here today. It's not the first time, it's the second time, and I really appreciate your remarks to say that the third time must be some luck, or I don't know what you said, hopefully. But thank you very much for the work you do. I've seen your CV, I've listened to your opening remarks. One thing I appreciate about you, it's for you to see transformation within the sector. And I think that is also what we want as a committee, what we want to see. You have a lot of experience in the X sector. I've got a few questions for you. And I think some of the things that you have raised in your summary, you know, the MDDA in the past year or so, they've really improved on many things. They've received a clean audit, but of course there are gaps where, when you look at the sustainability of the MDDA, I want you to tell us more. If you are given an opportunity as a board member, what can you do to make sure the MDDA sustain itself? Especially, you know, they have a limited budget. As the committee, we've been saying, they are doing well. Maybe there must be adjustments on the budget. But I want you to look maybe on sponsorship, on other ways that can help the MDDA. Secondly, there's the issue of Centec, of high cost of the signal distribution cost, which is very high. How can we resolve that? And thirdly, how can programming for community media be improved such that it responds to objective of media diversity? And I know that you will fly on this because it's one of your passions. I've listened to you the last time. But what is important as we're moving forward, you know, ICASA and MDDA, there's a problem where people apply for licensing and they will wait for quite some time. and MDDA would not achieve its targets because of that. So I want for us to understand how will MDDA make sure that it spreads across all provinces so that people have access to what MDDA is offering. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for that, Your Royal Highness. I will try to answer your questions as far as I can. I do believe that transformation is key. We still have almost a level of discrimination in our community media, where you have the established community media that are mostly print productions that are owned by these conglomerates, whether it is independent or whether it is Media 24. And then you have struggling community products. And there needs to be a link there. There needs to be partnerships. It cannot be that after so many years of democracy, we still have that level of discrimination, if I can call it that, in inverted commas. So yes, you're right. We need to have some partnerships, but we also need a greater community appreciation for community media. The second aspect that I think is important to address is that we need to redefine media product or community media projects. We can no longer look at community media projects as solely community radio stations and then also as community newspapers. We need to look at the digitization of the media and make sure that there is also equal access, that we talk about equity even in the digital space. Because if we do not, the MDDA does not redefine its role to play that meaningful role when it comes to digital community media projects, then it would be a lost opportunity. So we need to look at that particularly to ensure that people would be able to get out their phones and be able to listen to their favorite community newspaper, that we need to utilize mobile apps, for instance, much better, that we need to consider also moving from the newspaper to the electronic format. But the problem is, ma'am, and again here we are encountering a different kind of discrimination when it comes to advertising. And yes, ownership is important, but more importantly, advertising. It can still not be that in a community where you have this pervasive discrimination, where community newspapers belonging to, for instance, a particular African community or location are suffering because advertising is supposedly only coming from that community. And the established organizations that are in town, they do not even bother because the sustainability of those community media projects are not in their interest. We need to also, MDDA need to play a role in the move from from analog to digital, for instance, and that is your question about Centec. Unless because I think the minister needs to make the proclamation by the end of this year, and your committee is being beset with it, how to the move from analog to digital. And the minister needs to switch off the boxes, I think, towards the end of the year. And what would that mean for community radio stations, for instance? How would we, for instance, utilize this opportunity for community radio stations, particularly for community TV, for instance, to be a catalyst for change, or for dramatic change? And for me, as I answered your question on the community media improvements, I do think that new technologies need to be embraced to ensure the sustainability. We need to look at, for instance, new ways of funding these projects. And if we talk about equity, making sure that there is a wider spread across the country, that MDDA extends its footprint. For me, it is more about the sustainability of the current projects that we have to ensure that there is a better platform for the development of new projects. Because many times we have encountered situations where MDDA is continuing funding new projects while the ones that they have funded are suffering financially, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. And I recognize the Honorable Mpele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to you, Mr. Adendorf. Thank you very much for availing yourself for this engagement and for the interview process, even at this late hour on a Friday evening. So mine are just two questions. Let me just find my notes over here. Okay, so I do see from your CV that you have a strong record in media liaison and communications. But I think many of the colleagues would agree with me that a key imperative for the MDDA going forward is around strengthening sustainability and ensuring that they have a strong foundation for the future. So in that regard, my two questions are, firstly, could you elaborate for us from a perspective of what one might call strategic gap identification? What would you say is a key shortfall in the MDDA's operating context from your analysis and observation, and especially from that governance outlook and a high-level strategic lens? And then secondly, what is the unique value add that you believe you would have to contribute to the board in terms of your skills, your experience, your networks, but focused especially on building that sustainability for the MDDA, innovative fundraising, resource mobilization, and partnership building, so it can take that next leap in its chapter for fulfilling its mandates and in the post-COVID 4IR world? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. The one is obviously the way, in answering your first question about my strategic gap identification, it is one, the MDDA is being perceived as a funding institution. While I do think that there is a lack of understanding of the role it should play in the development. And I do think that while there has been emphasis over the last while on funding of projects, there has not been very much emphasis on its developmental role. And then that also brings me to the shift of how MDDA is known and how it should be known. The second issue is that is for me obviously very, very important is the turnover of board members. I mean, it can certainly not be that that your committee is beset with interviews at such a regular pace. And that is why I do think that when this happens, people automatically have a different view of the sustainability of the organization and the organization's ability to perform its duties. And that is why I do think that we need to think strategically, we need to think carefully of how would we ensure greater stability within the board and make sure that we do not have this high turnover of board members, obviously. The third one for me, Chair, is that we need to make the MDDA look at the future. And unless we embrace new technologies as part of our service offering, unless we redirect our attention to digital transformations, we would miss out on a grave opportunity. And that is in answering your first question. The second one is obviously that I do think that through the development of partnerships, particularly that partnerships with corporates, we would be able to address these discriminations or these inequalities that I have identified earlier. It is important that we do it through partnerships. It is more important for me that we do it through credible partnerships that would give us the kind of results necessary and needed to address our responsibilities, obviously. And I have been very, very much involved in stakeholder relations throughout my years in engagements with corporates, partnership building, etc. And that is why I do think that it would be important that someone of with my experience come in and assist in that regard. The last 5 years, I have also been working very hard in my own consultancy as a business ethicist and contributing to business integrity and ethical business practices. And that is why I do think that some of the smaller problems or reputation issues that the MDDA has experienced, I would be able to play a role in that, as I do think that the past have taught us that we cannot continue to have social justification unless we address issues of ethics and integrity and confront it head on. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mpele. I now recognize the Honorable Kum.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening to Mr. Adendorf.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
Oh, even though it's late, I can see that you still have that energy. Mr. Adendorf, just two questions for you. If you can just tell me, what areas in the MDD you think you'll be, what areas in the MDDA you think will be changed by your experience and qualifications? That will be the first one. And then if you are lucky and be appointed as a board member of MDDA, what are the new skills that you will bring to the MDDA board? If you can just respond to those two questions.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member Gumbo. I did not do an analysis of the current board. I thought that it would be unfair of me to do such. So I do not know what the skills lack is and what skills are needed and necessary at this moment. So thank you so much for the second question that would rather focus on my expertise and my experience. I do think that my commitment to the development of community media, not only, as I said, the traditional way of looking at it from a newspaper, community newspaper, and also community radio station. I am concerned, as I said, about community radio station because of the challenges of the future. And that is why I think I have, through my work within EMISA and also exposure to other organizations, I do have some interest in the digitization or digital technologies, and that is a particular new skill set that I would bring to it. The second one is obviously my experience as an experienced board member. I think my report within EMISA speaks for itself when my subcommittee that I had the highest scoring in the board evaluation of 98%. I do think that such effectiveness can only come from the passion that I have, the kind of strategic objectives that I drive, and that would be important. And I do think that it has been valuable experience there. The other one that I also think that I bring is as a business integrity strategist and business ethicist, the issue of clean governance and the fight against corruption is very, very close to my heart. And making sure that our processes as an organization are above board, that there are no conflicts of particular interests, for instance, that we do not compromise ourselves in any other way, that what we do is basically with the interest of our stakeholders at heart, and making sure that our business processes are meeting the highest standards of ethics. And those are the three areas that I do think I think that my experience can bring and the skills that I can contribute, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbu. I now recognize the Honorable Machosa.
Thank you, Chair. Mine would be in connection, good evening, Mr. Adendorf.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, mine would be in connection with all the questions that have been asked and in terms of the partnerships. If you become a board member, what conducive environment will you be able to create within the board of the MDDA to make sure that you create partnerships, especially for rural areas and to make sure that local languages and content development is adhered to, and it's the mandate of the MDDA. But with the partnerships of your MTN, Vodacom, and Telkom, to make sure that those people in the rural areas, they are able also to get the content and in their own languages. And also, what is the role of the MDDA during the COVID-19 pandemic? How did the agency respond to the countrywide crisis to date? Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, I think your first question is a pertinent one, because it immediately talks about the conditions that need to be in place for these valuable partnerships that need to be formed. The one is, for me, obviously, that the integrity and reputation of the MDDA need to be safeguarded, it need to be promoted, it need to be protected. That is very important, because if you have an organization that where your reputation is at stake, or where your integrity is being questioned, corporate partners value their own reputation and those they partner with. So if you do not guard your own reputation, then corporate partners will not partner with you. So on that scale, I think it is important, the issue of the organizational integrity and reputation is important to ensure the qualitative partnerships that you want to build. That's the first one. The second one that I think is necessary for these conducive conditions is obviously the stability. And I want to say this again, that yes, this is my second time meeting with you within probably a period of 18 months. And it can certainly not be correct that you as a committee are sitting with this turnover of board members calling for nominations and then doing the interviews. I know it's an elaborate and a laborious process, but they need, if once you have dealt with your integrity issues and your reputational issues, you need to deal with also the stability internally. And board members need to understand that they should be serving their term, because that contributes to the sustainability of the organization. The quality of board members is obviously within your domain, and I know that you have worked very hard on ensuring that the best possible people are appointed, and that has been also contributing to a better brains trust within the board. And those three issues are obviously contributing valuably or in a valuable way to this conducive conditions. Your oversight role, I mean, I follow your engagements with, as a board member of NEMISA, I follow your engagements with the other boards regularly. And it is obviously also important that you provide the kind of oversight as legislators or policymakers that you have provided. And those four components would be, for me, in my view, the kind of conducive conditions for these partnerships, because partners want to know that they are partnering with the right organization, the most ethical organization, one that is fulfilling its mandate, and one that is being held responsible by people like you, for instance. The role of MDDA in COVID, I have seen what they have done during COVID by obviously availing grants during this pandemic, ensuring that communities are having access to basic information on the pandemic, and that they fight fake news in a way that we should as a country. And those have been the responses of it. I do think that no one has expected us, for instance, to live under these regulations or the pandemic for this extended period. And therefore, the money obviously has run out. Grants can't continue to go out, because MDDA obviously has only one stream of income. And that is why, Honorable Member, I do think that the partnerships would address my first problem. But when I want to come back to the second one, I do think that we need to look at, for instance, how do you get then to much cheaper alternatives for community media? How do you then get to more sustainable alternatives for community media? And that is obviously would be useful within this pandemic, to also look at how can we do more with the little resources that we have as an agency.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. I now recognize Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Adendorf.
Good evening, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Even on a Friday night when I had to chase everyone to the lounge because I moved my office to the bedroom.
We are just saying welcome back because this is not the first time. So it will
be a continuation.
Yes, it tells you that indeed there is a passion when coming to the side of this journalism thing. Yeah. So we appreciate to have the opportunity also again to meet with you, Mr. Adendorf. I would just have only last 2 questions that maybe you can assist us here in these interviews, Mr. Adendorf. The first one that I would like to ask, do you think the MDDA policies and the legislations and regulations, are they still relevant actually at this moment when coming to all the processes of MDDA and Mr. Adendorf? The second one, do you think that the community media can compete with the public broadcaster or the commercial media? If yes or no, give us practical solutions that the agency can implement. I will also just pause there because at least I've heard on the issue of the budget, at least you have tried to cover it in the question of Honorable Machozi. Thanks, Mr. Adendorf.
Chair, I must say that the first question is a very unfair question because I'm talking to the policymakers, and so I need to be careful how I structure my answer. But Honorable Kubeka is correct in her question. She's fair also in the first question because I do aspire to be a board member. I do think that there is an opportunity for a review of the MDDA policies. And that from that I mean from a perspective of legislation that governs it. I do think that let me address the one, that there is a need for an overview at this juncture because of there has not been a rigorous overview of the MDDA Act, for instance, over the last period since its inception. Therefore, I also think that we need to redefine what we really mean with development. What kind of development is required, given, for instance, the future that we want to head in? And that's why we need to put quantitative measures to development. It can certainly not only mean that we need to transform. What would transformation look like? Because we have been saying transformation for a while now, but it is about time that we do set targets on what we really mean with transformation. And that would lead me straight into the second question, because the answer, Honorable Kubeka, is again, that as a community media activist, I have found that there is particular discrimination, that there is a classism, a racism within the media. And community media need to compete, obviously, with the public broadcaster. Yes, they should, because there is only, listeners are only limited, viewers are only limited, and channels are only limited. So there should be healthy competition. It should lead to better productions this competition should lead to better productions. So it should not be a wrong thing. Yes, community media should be competing with the commercial ones. But unfortunately, given this milieu that we are in, where we have seen the unfair treatment of community media, where we've also seen almost like sorry for the word, but a bastardization of media when it comes to the moment when the community newspaper is not printed in English or in Afrikaans, suddenly advertisers are running the other way. And that kind of attitude needs to change. because advertisers, yes, they do have some sway over the media, but we need to look at the kind of role that advertisers and corporates within a local community need to play. But suddenly the moment when a newspaper is being printed in Afrikaans or in English, suddenly, yes, they can even have a 50% editorial rate and a 50% advert rate. That is quite unfair. And if you analyze, I mean, I travel a lot. My in-laws are in the Eastern Cape and Mthatha. I travel a lot to other provinces. And the first thing that I try to look for are the local free newspapers, the local newspapers, even those that you can buy on the street. And funny enough is that when a community newspaper is for free, there's suddenly a difference in perception. But why is it that only some, particularly the English and Afrikaans ones, can be sold on the street and actually make very good out of copy? But it is the ones that are printed in indigenous languages that suddenly struggle to even sell copy. There is an attitudinal change that we need to infuse. And I do think that some of those areas we need to investigate. But that's why I'm saying that competition is not bad. Competition would be able to lead to better products, to better productions, to better editorial content. And that is why, yes, we should be competing with them.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. Like I said, I would not really ask questions except to just get back to an understanding of what you've raised already. You've spoken to legislative changes that are needed, but you've also pointed out to the problem of the sources of funding under the current legislation as it relates to MDDA, and you were talking to partnerships and so on. And therefore, this brings the question, in your assessment of what the MDDA has presented as the sustainability financial model, in order to ensure that the community media platforms that they fund are able to be self-sustainable, right from the application process to the end. What's your take on that, given what you've shared now with the committee, that the reliance is on the traditional sources of funding? Do you think that this sustainability financial model that they're working on does take this into account? As I say, given the current legislative framework, because the changes in the legislation may not be tomorrow. It may be like take a bit of time, but there's a service to be delivered today. So in your response, if you can just also speak to your understanding of that sustainability funding model, if you've laid your eyes on it.
Chair, I would not want to talk on the sustainability financial model on the other side, where we are talking about what government should do and what government shouldn't do, what government should fund, etc. Yes, that's important. It is important that we also need to look at these partnerships and ways of diversify our streams of income to make sure that we can augment what we have so that we can build on what we need. That is important. I don't want to dismiss it. For me, however, as a funder, I do think that the sustainability of the projects that we fund would become an even bigger responsibility. And that is the area that I would want to address. That yes, it is important that we should not only be a funder of projects, but our funding should lead to sustainability of these projects. And that is my bigger concern, because often I do think that it is at that level where the financial modeling is out, that we do not do financial modeling as it should be. We do not necessarily determine what percentage of my newspaper should be advertising, for instance, and what percentage would be copy, how many would come from copy sales, for instance, what would my distribution network be? And there's an area that is so gray and so vast, because we have have not, for instance, looked at circulation of newspapers as part of the solution of the bigger problem. We have, for instance, as an agency that I know for sure, we have not, for instance, looked at how would we talk to advertising agencies to ensure the sustainability of, for instance, community newspapers. We have, for instance, yes, there has been lots of noise made about government investing in community newspapers, but I also know as a government official in the past that when you want to negotiate, you don't negotiate with the conglomerates. You easily negotiate with the smaller ones, and you want to even let them drop the price. So yes, for me, the sustainability financial model to ensure the macro issues are catered for, that is important. But I do think that when we talk about the sustainability of these community media projects, we need to look at that and how we're funding and how we make sure that they tap into a variety of sources. The other one, as I said, Chair, the economics of a community project, that is important. We need to look at it from a business perspective to answer business questions about it. And as you have rightfully asked, about the other things, for me, these relationships with agencies would lead to sustainability. So it is a matter of a variety of partnerships that we need to form, not only to ensure that the MDDA meets its targets and live up to its mandate, but also on a micro scale to ensure the sustainability of the projects that we are involved in. And that's why I'm saying that we cannot have, for instance, a debate about whether we're moving from digital, from analog to digital, without the MDDA there, because there are some community news TV stations that would be impacted on, radio stations that would be impacted on. And why is the MDDA not in that debate if the sustainability of our projects are so important, Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Adendorf. We are now at a point where we now have to listen to you in 2 minutes. Mr. Adendorf addressing the committee in 2 minutes, in whatever you'd want to bring to the attention of the committee before we close the interview. I will then do the closure just after I've spoken. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think it is, I want to express my gratitude to Mr. Ngoma, to you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present my case again. And to, it's certainly being nominated, I mean, the third time, I was very wary, should I not? But I do know, as I have been convinced, that my particular skills are important for you to consider for nomination or for appointment to the board of the MDDA. And that is why I have availed myself again, despite the fact that I did not make it the other 2 rounds. The second one is that if it wasn't for my firm belief in what you do and the credibility of your processes, I would not have availed myself. But I do believe that you have always managed the process in a very fair way and a way that would bring the best out of the presenter like me. And I do need to thank all of you, because I remember all of you from the previous encounters. And the third thing that I think it is important to say is that the search for the best amongst us should never have a timeline. And that is why I think your process is so important, because these organizations and these entities do deserve to have the best amongst us. And I know that that is your pursuit. I know that that is your resolve. And I do want to wish you well in your search for the best amongst us, because that work should not stop. Because if we want to improve the integrity of these agencies, we do need to consistently and vigorously pursue the best amongst us, Chair. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Adendorf. As I said, we have now moved towards closure. Of course, I want to reiterate the point I've made earlier, that we take this as a conversation. And I'm sure from your side, you have also learned a few things from the questions that honorable members were engaging on. And of course, we would have also drawn lessons from the responses that you would have given. And I think that helps us even beyond the interview, but in the way of doing work to service the nation, we draw lessons from every encounter that we have with other fellow South Africans who want to be of service to the nation, of course, in different capacities. So in that score, that takes us to the end, but let me then deal with the formalities. That as we close the interview, from the side of the committee, that's where our engagement would end until we see each other in the different areas of our interactions. But the administration that prepared for you to come before the interview would be able to handle any queries you may have administratively as it relates to the process. Otherwise, the processes, as you know, are open to the public. Like we are engaging now, South Africans are really taking interest in seeing those that are coming before the committee, which makes it a more of a transparent process, and there can be accountability to it. And we really thank you for making time. As you correctly said, it's not about the timelines. You can come many times, but there will be a time when somebody says, you know what, let's give it a chance. Let's see this put into practice. You know, so I'm just saying we've really learned from this engagement. So this then takes us to the formal closure of the session with you. We really thank you, Mr. Adendorf.
My greatest pleasure. Have a wonderful evening, Chair, and all the members.
No, at least you can enjoy your office now in the way.
And I can call everyone in.
So as you leave, that's fine. You can
Thank you, Chairperson, and all
will not
members.
disrupt you again. Definitely not. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ngoma, I take it that that would have been our last candidate for the evening, and we'll then proceed in the way you've outlined for next week on Tuesday, and you will send us the program well in advance. I must really again take the opportunity to thank honorable members on a Friday, very difficult Friday, where we started the house earlier, the house sitting, and we're still standing. Let's keep up that commitment of serving the nation. So we don't do it for ourselves necessarily, but for South Africans who would have sent us to be public representatives. And I like the fact that we kept it the same way from the first to the last, especially those of you honorable members who have been sitting in all the subcommittees. I must really thank you for that. Because once Tim Nkosi makes the announcements, I'll then just close our processes formally. Must also take the opportunity to also thank the support staff for the work done, because preparations for this go a long way in helping a process that is smooth. But the work that goes in the back room to prepare, we know what it takes, and we really appreciate that. Of course, I must also thank those that have been on the platform throughout, especially those who may be coming from civil society organizations other than the government itself or the committee, that we really appreciate your presence, and it goes a long way in ensuring that participatory democracy is alive and that civil society can also keep us accountable for the work that we do, and in that score can be able to report out there without fear or favor. So with that, thanks very much. As I said, it's unless there is an announcement from Timbi Kosi, Mr. Ngoma, if there is any announcement that we think it's important for the members before we dismiss each other and really enjoy the remaining part of Friday. So if there is, I'm giving to you so that I can close.
Chairperson, I think it's probably because I love talking. There's really nothing much except that today has proved that members would be able to handle next week. It will also be a marathon starting from Tuesday at 9 o'clock at breaking for the House and continuing from 6 o'clock till 12 o'clock midnight. And the same happens on Wednesday until Friday. So as you had indicated, Chairperson, the relevant notification will be sent to members with the relevant information as was done in preparation for these interviews. And thank you very much also, Chairperson, for your message. And thank you, honorable members.
Okay, that was the announcement, honorable members. Once again, thank you. Still have a good night in the remaining hour or so of Friday. And enjoy yourselves. Good night.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to your
now we're
table.
going
You
to
have the
join our
best
bed,
table
Chairperson.
next to you. Thank you
Thank you,
very
Chair.
much.
Thank you. Good night.
No, Friday for dinner. So
Let's take